Hello, it's me again. The black trans woman is talking, so you need to listen and learn before it's too late for you. Probably my audio is not even good enough for you to understand what I'm saying. You don't even understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. So what's on your mind today, young bucks? Let's see who's coming by today. Probably nobody, but that's okay. I don't care. Or I do care. I'm actually pleased. Stay with me. I'm scared. Let's see who's coming by today. So I don't really have much to talk about, to be honest with you, whoever you are watching this. I just know that I'm on the highway being tailgated by an unfortunate person. Let's talk like we're people sitting around the campfire, talking about whatever's on the news or the football game. Oh yeah, it's the Super Bowl this weekend. Did you guys buy your $5,000 tickets yet? Super Bowl. The only thing super I like is a super smoking bowl. I want to smoke a Super Bowl. Come on, bro. I'm going 80 miles an hour. You get in front of me. Let's go. Come on, man. You ever been driving like 80 miles an hour and have somebody going 50 miles an hour get in front of you? It's quite awesome. I have to say, if you never tried it, it's definitely worth trying. And then watching them swerve across the lane and riding on their brakes, it's pretty fabulous, I have to admit. Oh my God, man. This guy goes 75, then 60, then 50, then 80. Just gotta love it. You gotta loving it, right? But yeah, who's gonna watch the Super Bowl this weekend? Honestly, I wish I could watch the Super Bowl and just feel normal. I might try it, you know. I don't really have any friends, F-R-E-N-Z, but well, actually, I do have a friend. I could literally go over to somebody's house and put the steaks on the grill and, you know, be a normal person. I could do that. I actually have the option to do that. But I don't know if I want to do that. That's the question, really. You know, and actually, it's not even if I want to do it. It's like you got to deal with all the different personalities and all the bullshit. And yeah, we're all given bread and circuses, but now we don't even get to go to the circus. We just get to eat the goy bread and whatever. I mean, you got to handle it. I mean, you got to handle it. You got to hand it to the Jays. They know how to give you some slop that you really love. You know, you got to learn to love the slop. Nobody wants to learn from the black trans woman today. I'm a little bit disappointed in all you guys. I'm going to come to your work and shame you in real life, get you fired for not being woke enough. Whether you're on the right or the left. If you're too far left woke, I'll come as a right wing person. If you're too far right woke will come as a left wing person. But really, all I have to do is just show up as a black trans MAGA supporter, and then, you know, that's like the end all be all of the oppressed minority right there. Alex Stein hacks and crashes my stream. Owen Schroyer and Alex Stein. Laundry room confessions. Fans don't let fans drive drunk. You gotta love the signs in California. Don't worry, the people don't drink and drive here. They smoke and fly here. Machine knows what I'm talking about. Hopefully not. Drink or drive, or smoke and fly.
Yo, what's up, man? Blessings.
That's up. Thank you.
What are you doing, man?
No, I'm just rambling to myself about Super Bowl, and I don't even know what else I was talking about, honestly.
Yeah, I saw you talking to the Muslim guy. Did you glean anything from your conversations talking to the Muslims?
I mean, it was like if it had been a back and forth, I thought it would have been really interesting. It was just like it just wasn't a back and forth, but definitely I got a very weird vibe from him. Like, I kind of knew it before I went up, honestly, but I just wanted to see for myself, like, that's the first time I think I've been on like an actual. That I remember, it's the first time I went on like a overtly Muslim panel. So I'm more interested in what you think, because I was like, I was just trying to be nice, but then after that, I just started like kind of being a dick to him. So I kind of figured he's gonna drop me, but I was like, It was just kind of, I just could tell that he was not interested in what I was saying at all. So I'm more curious what you thought of it, because I don't know, I didn't really. I honestly, I feel like I wasted 40 minutes of my life and I'll never get back, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's why I didn't call it the Raging Tomato. Right?
Yeah, well, that's why I don't call into a show like that. I mean, I'm sure that there's something good going on sometimes, but I don't want to sit around and wait for it either. I mean, at least if I can have like some laugh about it. Like, but honestly, when I was on that Muslim guy's panel, I was so bored out of my mind because I knew he wasn't gonna let me talk already. But I was just like, just see how far I can take it, you know. And I don't know. What did you think of what he said, though? I mean, it was like, you know, I was just trying to get into like the semantics game with him. Like, okay, well, you know, is it possible that there could be smoke clap, or you know?
Yeah, it seemed like he was. He might have been more ready to hear you than the Charlie Kirk people, right? The black people that were talking about Charlie Kirk.
Oh
They
yeah,
were
dude, that was
super
hilarious.
abusive towards. They
That
were
was
super abusive towards
crazy.
you. Yeah,
No,
the
that
guy
was
and the
really.
lady, they just abused you like for like half an hour.
No, I know. Well, I did. I knew that it was gonna go bad, but I was just like, let me see, because I already saw this other like French guy. Like, I knew he was just gonna like go into like some sort of like rhetoric. So I already knew that it was gonna be tough. And then I was like, let's get into the definitions here. And they're like, as soon as I asked for a definition, like just the way they freaked out, I was like, wow, like I knew it was gonna be like, honestly, that was really enjoyable to me, to be honest with you. Like I think that's one of the best appearances I've ever done on TikTok, because it really shows you like how they're like. I think all these people are academics. Like, you can tell with the link, like they're trying to act like they're just normal people, but then if you see the way they talk, they're not. They're very clearly not just like an average black person, right? Like they're not like dude living in the projects or dude living in even the suburbs, right? Like these are like some sort of like college educated, you know, I don't know what they are, but I definitely got an impression that they were not just hanging out, right? I mean, I'm curious what you thought. I'm curious what you think of it, because like I definitely got like, what's weird is like all these panels like this, they only have people that they agree with, and then they have mods on their panels that basically have full range control over the conversation, right? And I don't know. I'm really curious about your impression of that one too, because
Yeah, that's probably the producers or something like that. Because
yeah, I'm glad you
yeah,
watched it, because honestly, I was doing that and nobody's watching, and I was like, maybe I'm just wasting my time. But it is. I'm not doing it for no reason. Like, I really do think there's something to find out doing that. You know?
yeah, like a different type of a crowd, like international focus or something like that.
Yeah. Well, there's a bunch of panels that are like overtly like a bunch of Arabs, a bunch of Israelis, a bunch of like South African. I mean, like it is very international for sure. And there's definitely like Mossad and IDF and shit like all over that, like for sure, like 100%. But
Right. Like
there's also
that's one of the issues with it is that like you can't say Zionist on there. You'll get banned for saying Zionist. I heard.
I said the word autism, and they're like, you can't say that on the panel. I was like, really? You can't say autism? Okay. I was like, okay.
Right. You can't say a lot of things. It's
Well,
heavily
and
censored.
what I noticed for sure is like it's very much a training ground for newspeak. So it's like really they're teaching young people how to speak in newspeak, right? So you can't just speak plainly at all. You have to always speak in code. You have to always speak in like riddles and yeah. That's really the worst part of the whole thing, in my opinion, is that you just cannot speak frankly at all. You know, that's really the main thing that I found out on TikTok, is that they're teaching people this like new English language thing or something. You know, at least that's the way it seems to me.
But
Yeah,
what did
it's
you
kinda
think? I
like
mean, I know that I did not do a good job. Oh, go ahead. No, I was just saying I know I didn't do a good job of like actually speaking to them, but I knew
No,
it
I think you
wasn't
did
going to
okay.
go one way, so I didn't really try that hard. So.
Yeah, I think you did all right. I mean, it was more entertaining. You know, it was very entertaining to watch for sure. So because you're
I appreciate that,
guaranteed to have
honestly,
an
because I
interaction.
really felt like I was like, I felt. Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised they let me stay up as long as they did. I honestly thought they were going to kick me off like way sooner. And then I could tell there's like as soon as I started to get into definitions, I could tell they were really upset by that. Like they were like, "Oh no!" Like you know, and I kind of figured that, but I did not expect them to be so obvious about it, right? Like that's what I did not expect them to be so overtly like you know, "Oh, what are you trying to say by asking for a definition?" or something like like I was really surprised by that more than anything.
Yeah, yeah. But what's nice about it is that if you're going through the shows, you're guaranteed to have an interaction. Whereas like on YouTube, it's like you have to work really hard just to get an interaction with people.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm doing it is just to see like if there's any real people, like I said, I wish I had recorded the first one I went on because I went on this panel that's like a MAGA white guy, and he knows about like Dorita and all, Dorito, whatever his name is, the postmodern stuff a little bit, but then his panel always devolves into like this like really bad white nationalist guys who are just basically saying as much anti-Jewish stuff openly and as stupidly as possible. So it's just like the same old talking points over and over and over again. And so I went up there and started talking shit to them, like because they were talking shit to a young guy who has an Asian girlfriend, saying like, "Oh, no, we don't want any miscegenation," and he's like, "The word, you're you're a cuck," and I mean, they were being nicer about it, but they were being fake about it, right? So like they were being like just very condescending to this young guy who's actually more hardcore than they are. Like he's literally like probably he's more likely to actually go and do something than anybody else, but these guys are like college educated, like pseudo white nationalists who are like, just find a go be a lawyer, with daddy's money and like go and find some white girl and just knock her up. And I was like, so your plan is to become a lawyer and what, like work for a global corporation and become a Fed or a spy? And they're like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. I was like, okay, so you're not actually interested in changing anything. You just want a piece of the pie, essentially, right? And they're like, well, we got to make money somehow. And I'm like, okay, so why are you even up here saying all this white nationalist stuff if you're really just basically status quo? And I do that a lot, honestly. Like I probably do that more than go to the leftist panels, to be honest with you. But I didn't record a lot of that, unfortunately. But I'm going to start trying to record more of that stuff because those are really interesting too. Because usually most of the people in the crowd agree with me. So because most of these guys who are going and saying like the extreme stuff are not serious really at all. They're just depressed white guys who have no future and they don't know what to do, so they just repeat whatever Handsome Truth or whatever these other guys are saying.
Yeah, the Juiceable is live with Tim Cass.
If
You
you
want
want
to
to
watch
share
it?
the screen, yeah, share the screen. Let's watch it. Let's do a little scouting because I just saw a bunch of stuff come through. Owen Schroyer said, oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Owen Schroyer said Alex Stein crashed his stream, and then I saw somebody else say Nelson's live. Let's just do a little scouting because I'm gonna be busy in a little bit. I just wanted to do something and open it up for whoever wanted to show up. But I got like 30 minutes left, so let's see
30
here.
minutes.
Well, I mean, I'm
For
gonna leave
sure.
it open as long as people are here, but I'll just be
Yeah.
like in and out. I'll
Yeah,
be
I
in
mean,
and
I
out
think
like
it'll
usual.
just be me and you, like, in 30 minutes, so, like, maybe we'll just shut
Probably.
it
If
down
so, I'll
if
just shut it
nobody
down.
shows
Exactly.
up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll be right
So-
back. Just go ahead and share your screen. I'll be right back too.
For sure. Oh, you changed the channel name back to Neurojack. I see. Okay, so where's the juiceable now? Oh shit, it ended. Damn. Is Timcast a channel? Timcast IRL is a channel? All right, let's see if they did this. With Andrew Wilson and Rob Noer. All right, I found the video anyways. So yeah, I'll just have to skim through this video. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know. I think Truther Cop sent me this earlier. I don't know what the reason he's talking about though. But yeah, the fact I think maybe the fact they're saying that the Rob Noer's on Timcast, right? So the Panoverse
wallet on the App Store. My friends, you got to check it out. They can cancel.
Panoverse patrols. Okay, let's get to Andrew Wilson here. All right, here he is. Android Shilson.
We haven't learned
By the way,
lesson.
this is uncomfortable laughing, ladies and
Yes,
gentlemen.
yes.
This is not
very
we disavow,
offended.
disavow.
You
We're
might
all very
think
offended.
Disavow.
that we think that things like this are funny. They're not. They're not funny.
No.
They're very serious.
Yeah.
And we're laughing because of how uncomfortable
It's
we
more
are.
funny, strange. It's not funny, haha.
No,
it's funny,
exactly.
weird. Like
No,
that's
we-
funny.
No, I think it's absolutely hilarious. And I think we learned the lesson with Roseanne. Like, it didn't work with Roseanne, you know, when she went after Valerie Jarrett. Like, the fact that Trump couldn't see that, or at least his staff, they couldn't see that lesson learned. Like, yeah, it doesn't work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work. He totally needed to stand by it. I think that's why people voted him in. They wanted to see more of this humor.
Look, in all seriousness, it's clear what happened was, first off, the video is about like sort of the 2020 election being stolen,
Yeah.
which gets into the Fulton County stuff, which is a serious issue. Okay, yeah, if there's a criticism to be made of Trump, he'd be posting stuff without watching it the whole way through. One of his staffers is watching the video, scrolls at the end. Like if you're watching X shorts and the next video pops up, that's what happened. So it wasn't intentional, but I don't give a shit. I find it to be hilarious. Some people would find it hilarious, not me, because that would be really bad if someone laughed at this. I also thought it was uncomfortable that they had Michelle as the ape and Barack as the chimp. So like Big Mike was the bigger of the two.
Yeah.
And that's very not cool.
Oh, okay. So they're talking about this monkey thing. So I don't know if you heard
Oh,
about this.
okay. Yeah, I saw like a screenshot of it, and I guess
Yeah,
Trump posted,
Obama
like,
and yeah, I guess I guess to fill the audience in, Trump posted a tweet with Obama and Michelle Obama as
Obama.
monkeys. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's actually really funny to me because not that he did it, but just the way that like everybody just reacts automatically. Like everybody's got like a knee-jerk reaction to it. Because I didn't even see it, but I just saw all the rumblings without even really checking any social media. Like it all just came across to me, and I'm like, okay, like, you know, like in notifications and stuff, and I'm like, so this is the new like thing all of a sudden. It was actually Bjerknes. Bjerknes did one saying, what's behind Trump's racism towards black people, and the one he did last time is how Trump wants to kill all of us, you know, for the Jays or something like that. So I don't know. It's just really interesting to me that everybody's got like their talking points ready to go in like 5 minutes, you know. Like a tweet goes out, everybody's got their fucking talking points. Like, okay, here's what this means, and here's whatever. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty weird. And like how that's the news, like all the stuff going on in the world, and like, you know, I mean, again, you know, it is the leader of the free world allegedly. So, but you know, but still, it's like it's just like a picture or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure
I'm
there's
pretty
some
sure,
like biology behind it or something.
right. But like, isn't like the official account controlled or something like that? I don't know.
Well, Owen Schroyer did a video a few days ago, and I don't watch everything he does, but for some reason I clicked on this one, and he was saying like the guy who runs Trump's like social media is like this weird, creepy guy, and because he was talking shit about Owen Schroyer, saying Owen Schroyer is like, you know, so he said something bad about Owen Schroyer, and then Owen Schroyer said something like, you know, this guy is just a cuck, you know, and then he's like, then he showed like a letter that his wife had sent him when he bought some of her artwork or something like that. It's like it's really weird. It's like, well, your wife thinks I'm great, so whatever. So apparently,
What the fuck?
yeah, well, it's pretty weird. It's like a weird little thing. But again, this is what I'm saying is like, there's something very weird going on where, like, so here's what I've noticed overtly, and I'm just stream of consciousness saying all this because I don't really know what's going on, but because I haven't really looked that deep into it all the way. But what it seems like to me on the surface of it is that all the left wing people are now pretending to be right wing. They're using the right wing talking points, and now all the right wing people are now using left wing talking points. So like in just the last like month with the Epstein stuff coming out, the right wing is now like communist, and the left wing is now like fascist, but pretending that they're communist instead. So it's like it's really weird. Like it's kind of the fruition of all this like postmodern stuff in a sense where. And then DPH just put out a video talking about with Peter Hears talking about how, you know, Nick Land was possessed by demons and he's the architect of all the AI, and I don't know. It's like it, again, I'm just like looking a little bit on the surface and finding all this stuff. So I don't know what's going on. It's just kind of it's just bizarre on every level to me. Like I don't know what's but I definitely have noticed that there's like this weird like pseudo communism on the right that are using like leftist talking points, and then the leftists are using like right wing fascist talking points, but from the left, where they're like packaging it in like leftist terms, kind of. So I don't know. It's hard to describe, but I don't know. It's very 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 weird. Like I don't know if you saw this. Did you see that thing that I sent you earlier where it shows like Dyer? Somebody said that like the Epstein files are like a Democrat psyop or something like that, and then Jay Dyer's response is like "fuck you," essentially.
Yeah, what's the
I
deal
don't
with
know.
that?
I don't know. But I don't. That's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Where like there's not really any debate about like what do the Epstein files actually mean and how reliable are they overall, right? Like because again the narrative is Epstein created the entire right wing anti-Semitic movement, and he was literally like running it from 4chan and Reddit and whatever else. I don't know. I literally never went to 4chan or anything, so I don't know what all those things are. But they're basically saying that like Epstein engineered the entire alt right, basically. Which I'm not saying is like outside of the realm of possibility, but it's like okay, so what does that mean then? Like, you know, if that's the case, what does that actually mean, right? Because you would think that then the left wing people would have to say, oh, well, it was the Israelis that engineered white people to look really bad. So the whole neo-Nazi thing wasn't even real. But they're not doing that. What they're saying is that, oh no, Epstein did all that, but it's totally real too. And so white people are even more to blame because like a few thousand people on some forum controlled by this evil, you know, PDF file person engineered the whole thing. You know, you understand what I'm saying? It's like it just doesn't make any sense on any level. It's like, and again, remember, these are the same people that were calling anybody who criticized Israel 10 years ago, you know, a neo-Nazi, and you needed to like basically get, you know, Robespierre in the middle of this town square. You know what I'm saying? So now they're the ones who are anti-Israel and anybody who questions that is now needing to be Robespierre in the middle of the street, right? So it's just like there's a now all Nazism and Israeli, pro-Israel stuff is now conjoined into one thing. Does that make sense? I don't know if you've seen this, but this is kind of like what's happening.
Oh yeah, I've seen examples of what you're talking about for sure. Yeah.
Right, and again, like from a higher level, that may be true, but again, they're not talking about the higher level stuff that we're talking about at all. It's like, it's almost like city folk hicks. So what I mean by that is like, well, I know that these daggone Nazis, they got run by the Jews up there in Israel, but daggone, that's real, and I believe it because I saw it on the news, and I got all these files. I got the documents, just like Alex Jones said. But Alex Jones is still a neo-Nazi, but he was right. It's like, you know what I mean? But they're saying it like in like an NPR voice rather than say it in that voice, But that's just like how retarded it all is,
Right.
So I don't know. To me, it's just ridiculous. Shit.
Yeah, let me go to a different part of this video here. This meme.
YouTube Premium is
Yeah, like this meme was pretty crazy, honestly. The meme thing, I saw them talking about it on NPR today. So yeah, I saw like some of the examples of. It was pretty funny, but
that through comedy, through being weird, But yeah, I got your back in Helldivers.
Like tramps.
Like tramps.
All right, guys, let's move on to our next story. This is facing felony.
Okay. So I got in right at the perfect time to go to the next story. So let's see what else they got.
It's Justice Department. This comes from Fox News Politics over on X. Justice Department charged 158 Minnesota anti-ICE protesters with obstruction, assault, and FACE Act violations, crimes carrying up to 20 years in prison. AG Bondi warns that more arrests
all right,
are coming. Do we have a video with that?
Not on this one right here. Oh, we got this article from this as well.
Yeah. So nearly 160 people arrested for impeding, assaulting federal officers in Minnesota last month. Board Czar Tom Homan said drawdown in federal agents will happen when more Minnesota counties cooperate and if people stop interfering with federal agents. Quote, if you violate the law, you will be federally prosecuted, Homan said during a press conference on Wednesday. Is there anything new going on here, though, really, Rob?
No, I mean, okay, it's good news that they're finally arresting some people.
Wow.
Woo! We did it. This is the Republicans in a nutshell.
that's wild.
All right. Like,
So
I remember
what show
when
are they
Roger
on?
Stone
Is this on?
got-
Is this on Tim Pool's show?
Yeah. It says down here 2.71 million Timcast IRL.
What the fuck? Interesting. So they're just on Tim Pool's show talking about all this. Is he hosting the show, or they're just at his show?
It's I don't know. It says I don't know. I think they're hosting it too. It's like a dual thing because they were streaming on their channel. They're streaming on his channel.
Interesting.
And obviously, he brought Rob Noor to the show, right? Or maybe Rob Noor brought him. I don't know.
Again, oh yeah, I was gonna say this earlier. I'll just say this really briefly, and then we can just listen to some more. But what's really weird to me about this is like I understand that Rob Noor is like quote unquote good at debating, but again, my biggest complaint with that with their style of debate is like they never ask for definitions. They never go to like what's the principle that we're arguing over. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Right.
It's just they have a really like fake autistic version of debating, in my personal opinion. Like, again, this is why I like Stefan Molyneux, because he'll always go for like, what's the principle that you're doing? Which, again, like he's kind of a psyop in and of himself, and he's, you know, not probably the best, but at least he'll try to make sure that you're on the same page about like what exactly are you talking about to some degree, right? But these guys, like, they just kind of like they spew facts without really like a lot of context, where it's like your facts against my facts or whatever. And Phil Leader's here now.
Hey, can you hear me?
Well,
Hey, what's going on?
you know,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
yeah,
Or I can hear you, or I don't know if you can hear us.
Yeah, I was just earlier today a little busy, not that much busy. Had some lady people follow me today or something, but it's really cold outside and spending a week day trading, so just have other plans for the weekend, I guess. Some other weird things going down in the news for sure. All I could say is that.
well, we were just talking about how like the left wing is now the right wing, and the right wing is now the left wing, and everybody's like the Epstein files prove that Epstein was running the alt right, yet all the left wing people are still treating the neo Nazis as if they weren't tricked by the Jews because they're all just white people or something.
Did you see? I sent this through Telegram. There's a Canadian Substack writer, and his name is David Pulaski, and he was just on X being like, "Well,
Polanski.
David Pulaski or something." David, and he got this tweet on X that was like, the reason why they censored David Foster Wallace is that they didn't want strong men reading books. So they had to cover his tracks in order to make books a feminine industry. But if you look at Mr. David Pulaski's background for his writing for Canadian magazines, as far back as 2019, he's saying that Canadian liberals are promoting anti-Semitism because he's Jewish, and so then he also writes like why liberals need a nation. So just like what you're saying, if the left is the right and the right is the left, they've already been planning this 6 years ago, saying that nationalism is just a Trojan to get liberalism in. It's especially good for any Zionists that want the state of Israel. How can you have a cosmopolitan society without having a nationalism for Israel? And you top that all off by being a pretentious, the reason why they would be pushing David Foster Wallace is they're trying to say you can have your liberalism if everybody's educated, right? And that nationalism isn't so much a nation of closed-minded, Philistines. It's quite the opposite. Nationalism requires high IQ cosmopolitanism.
Well, Arbull was talking about Mark Fisher on Tucker Carlson, and these ortho bros were like replaying it. Like I think DPH was replaying it or something, talking about how I think it was them, but yeah, I'm saying something about how like Mark Fisher is really important, and that's kind of like I think it ties into what you're saying about the David Foster
Well,
Wallace.
Mark Fisher has always been a Trojan too, because I'll tell you this, even back at Rosemont College, part of Villanova University, 10 years ago, they were pushing for my senior graduate project for getting a, English major in communications in 2015, 2016, that I would say Ghost of My Lives by Mark Fisher and his concept of, capitalist realism and his version of ontology, which doesn't make any practical sense. The reason why they like Mark Fisher so much is that he was from the Keswick School with Nick Land. And a lot of those people were just liberal arts majors. In fact, Mark Fisher's background, when he had a PhD, was visual culture. And one of his last interviews he ever done was with Roger Scruton, the famous conservative writer. So to have Roger Scruton and Mark Fisher in the same room before his suicide tells me a lot of what they're really trying to do. They're trying to make a passive liberal de-radicalization, capitalist realism, Stop overthrowing capitalism. There's nothing you can do. Here's chicken soup for the soul. We should have acid communism. Tune out. Get high on drugs. Imagine what you want. Listen to music. Be a false form of misreading of Derrida to provide your own teenage lifestyle. And anybody could be a creative writer. You know, these kind of Fox type of Nick Land writing. You could say that Nick Land, who was just in San Francisco a few days ago, supported by Palladium magazine with other Wolf Tivy and some other rich kids. You know, I don't think Sanjay was there, but for them, you know, for Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land in the same room, they know what the purpose of Nick Land is. It is basically the synthesis of Mark Fisher and Roger Scruton together. It is another Keswick School operation to, you know, it is makes sense. It is embracing transhumanism, but it's trying to save face by creating this kind of, you know, Nick Land calls it a hyper racism of sorts, or some kind of, you know, the only way you could save things is if you accelerate its death of sorts, and that.
So is that kind of why they're doing this whole like hyper racial nationalism thing?
Right.
Because well, my argument has always been like, and I didn't really have the words for this, and I would like Machine's opinion on this too. I think it's something that we've been talking about on the peripheral of what we've been talking about for 3 years, is that it's like they always push for like a nationalism, like, well, you need to get together with your groups as a tribe. But then when you say, well, we need a state and an economy and a culture to go with it, they're like, no, 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 no. You don't need power or state or economy.
Right.
You just need national.
That's the SAG news. That's
Right.
the Malthusian part. Or live your best life, as the liberal mantra goes. Everybody's in their own race, and you don't have to race further. Stop competing. Enjoy life. And they try to reduce everything down to say, I'm a free man. I'm a free woman. That's a promiscuous woman. That's a man like Andrew Tate. There's men and women. And kind of these divides that people naturally follow to maximize. It's kind of like what's happening to Zoltanis in Chicago or Thomas 777. They care more about the subculture than the action. The action is just a scapegoat to make their lives more interesting to a magnified liberal society written by John Waters. And, you know, again, who are the major figureheads for the far right? Richard Spencer, Greg Johnson, Jared Taylor, and two of them are gay liberals. I mean, or at least Richard Spencer has a daughter, but Jared Taylor seems, you know, as Michael Colin Piper wrote for American Free Press, there seems to be some honeypotting going on to make sure these are what you care of nationalism, that you must own things, and the proprietarian logic of Kurt Doolittle.
Well, think of it like this too. Like who does John Waters hang out with? Bam Margera, Johnny Knoxville, Spike Jones.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Shook
Jeff
Piller's
Tremaine.
hand,
Like,
shook Piller's hand at 2022's SVA graduation. That's first degree, you know. So, I mean, the point in being is that, you know, they talk about this Gramscian game of pushing the overtone window. And, you know, My Little Pony is going to accept white nationalism. Well, what does that mean? Does that just mean you could be left, you can be right, but so as long as white genocide is off the menu, that's all you care about? And so you're okay with everyone getting AIDS and dying. It doesn't matter. It just means we don't want to die as a team. And so this never was about racial preservation. It never was about extending good values. It was always existing in a society that perpetually hates us without diagnosing why it came out in the first place, which was the meta-ironic ideal of transhumanism. And, you know, that's not being heard in white nationalist circles. In white nationalist circles, they're just talking about the aliens, you know, other non-whites trying to rape their daughters or something, and having race riots, which they never do. And then if they did, they would be victimized as all white people are bad. And the only thing they can do is libertarian logic of moving to Arkansas and say, just leave us alone out of private property, which the Manhattan and LA elites already do with millions of dollars. So it doesn't solve the issue of an inherent, you know, back to Fisher, capitalist realist project, or that, you know, it's not saying the fate of a declining capitalism like Frederick Jameson would be saying. And there seems to be a lot of holes in these 10 to 20-year-old arguments stemming back from William Pierce and George Lincoln Rockwell that are completely unresolved. People want to be like Zoltanus and role play the James Mason siege subculture, but then you find out that that's Antifa, that it's very similar of a 1980s white kid doing drugs, getting a mohawk, and getting AIDS and dying. That was uniquely white genocidal cause of hedonism. And that seems to be reinventing itself in today's post-capitalist society. Again, I take a very dialectic, materialistic view of what's going on here, but I do think, okay, it's like we acknowledge race is real, that there's a difference between men and women, but instead of solutions, it's just liberalism back to living our best life. It doesn't really solve anything. It's not like we're hating the thing that oppresses us. And I'm starting to believe the liberal now is so smart that it flirts with our enemies or pretends to be the opposition when it just wants to honeypot us.
Yeah, I don't know if Neuro's there. Are you there, Neuro?
He's probably out getting
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm here. I'm here listening.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
I just wanted to get your take. I wanted to get Machine's take or your take.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how like like the Discordians and the Accelerationists, they kind of want the same thing. Like like you have like the the temporary autonomous zone, like the pirate utopia. It's kind of the same as Mencius Moldbug and his like patchwork thing. Right. So I think it evens out because like what they want to do with accelerationism is like create these subcultures and like time magic. Like the hauntology is all about like using time as like a weapon, so on and so forth.
It uses nostalgia for the worst points.
Right, exactly.
If that's the problem with hauntology. Here's the problem with hauntology. It takes English deconstruction and assumes the literal meaning that there's a ghost haunting Europe and the ghost is more important than what Marx ever said. That's the unfortunate part. And if you actually, but here's the thing, you can debunk hauntology by saying, well, actually, in its original German, it was a hobgoblin. So you should call it hobgoblin ontology. There was no ghost. That was just a English translation of sorts, like a King James Bible version. Because you deconstructed the test to mean that it's a spirit and assume that communism was primitive and that it always existed in pagan times, that it becomes this almost reactionary position, like being Amish or a monk or something. So how come they always, in Derrida style, nonsense, they're like, well, if you hear an amen break, that's hauntology. And if you hear a jazz solo and it's slowed down, oh, that's also hauntology. When did it start to invade music, as supposedly we have to assume the origin of the sound is the past, like it's this some creeping effect? I remember there was a liberal agent by the name of Alex Reed Ross. He wrote a book called, quote, Against the Fascist Creep, as if there's this thing that's always in the back. You can't get rid of fascism. It's not like Mussolini's government. Fascism is this creep. It's a set of values that go against liberalism, like the belief in race and men and women being different. That goes against the values of transhumanism, right? And so if you kind of reduce things down and not explain communism as rather a primitive ideal of the world, it's like what Gabriel Rockhill says. You throw away what Marx or Karl Kautsky or any Marxist would say in favor of just values. It goes to a point where Tony Negri writes in a Commonwealth that perhaps communism is what is common to the people, right? A commonwealth is the nation. Oh, there's commons like water and this, and perhaps communism means just what commons that you have, you know. And so you stretch the word to a point where you're not a musician, you're an actor. And that's always been my if about it. You know, you know, if somebody makes generic music, they try to stretch their talent by saying, "Oh, you're listening to something more sophisticated than this." It's kind of like, you know, Ralph Costa wrote in A Theory of Fun. He said, "I'm not a game designer. I'm a teacher." Well, if you're that, then you're not a game designer. You're a teacher. So why would you ever assume games are storytelling devices? Because then there's no such thing as games. You literally deconstructed games in favor of what you think is value. So you're not a game designer or teacher. You're just role playing as that. And so this is what's happening with these kind of value systems that we're assigning that have lost a meaning. We don't have musicians anymore. We have content creators or actors. And I think this is the dangers of ontology, because instead of having actual scientific socialist Marxist, you know, Chinese communists, you have liberals pretending to be communists that then call you racist. And this sounds like Trotskyism and permanent revolution, because it is.
So I assume Neuro's just not here anymore. Yeah, blessings.
Probably.
I'll probably just play some of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is, I guess they're talking about like Minnesota. I don't know what they're talking about.
Add to that because I was just my hands were
Yo,
full. I
what's
couldn't
up?
just hit the button.
No, it's all good.
Yeah. So have you guys seen anything about the Super Bowl, for example? So like the good example of
It's
this
San
is like the
Francisco,
Bad
isn't
Bunny.
it?
Yeah, it is. And and the person they have for the halftime is Bad Bunny, and Bad Bunny is like the most generic, you know, Puerto Rican music person in history, and it's like just literal boy slop music, you know.
Well,
And
I could. It's
you
in
know,
Santa Clara, the Field of Jeans. So that's technically South Bay. I mean, a long time ago in 2012, it was Candlestick Park, but they can't. So it's now technically Santa Clara, where they have near California. Eventually, they might take down, but
yeah. Well, they put it down there because all the rich people can actually afford to go to these places, or you know, a bunch of rich people who live in Palo Alto or Santa Clara or
right,
Morgan
or
Hill or wherever,
Gilroy.
or, you know,
What was left of
right.
the working class of California. So if you're on East Bay, you'd have to turn around near the San Mateo Bridge, or not even that. You just go south around. But yeah, Bad Bunny. It seems to be.
Yeah, but it's exactly what you're saying. He's like out here saying like, oh, we need to end racism and all that. And by the way, you know, I'm a great artist, and now everybody loves me. And he's the most streamed artist in the world. It's like 19 billion streams of his music in the last 5
But
years or something
here's
like
the
that.
funny part. It's Spanish, right? It's not in English, right?
Correct.
So that's interesting. So maybe South America. That's the funny part, where you know, South America is that entire market, which means the numbers are inflated. They don't really represent, and so you're doing it out of this managerial cause to install it there to represent one part of the world that's not even interested in American football, let alone it should be called soccer. But I just think that's weird. It's kind of like a weird way to saying that you care about people, but you know, football becomes a symbolism of one's own jingoism and nationalism of sorts, but it doesn't really reflect that Bad Bunny part of the world. It's a lot like K-pop, pretty much.
Yeah,
BTS
right. Well, yeah,
is
exactly. It's trying to bring them into the fold. Like, okay, you know, we need to bring you guys into the fold, so let's pander to.
like, here's this.
You know, last year it was
I
Kendrick
always
Lamar.
thought it
This
was
year it's, you know,
I'll
it's
put it
Bad
this:
Bunny.
it is a slap in the face to tell Americans to be into everything Japanese for 30 plus years. And then starting in 2009, 2010, they take it all back and they say, no, it's the age of K-pop. Sorry, all the Koreans are in Mountain View. They run Netflix. Oh, sorry, we don't have Japanese anymore. We have Korean women everywhere. It's all K-pop, whether you like it or not, even though we told you like anime and all this stuff for many years. We could have had J-pop. No, we're having K-pop because of geopolitical order, and we might go to war for the North. So that's why they're doing it. It's a dialectic materialist domino effect.
Right. So basically what you're saying is it's all just a performance to
Well, it's not just like
to get everybody.
queer culture. It's dressed up as queer culture. It's dressed up as this is unique and different and cosmopolitan, but really there's something geopolitical happening behind the scenes, and they're dressing it up as if it's universal talent. You know, the number one reason why K-pop is in America is because of some geopolitical interest with the Korea Peninsula going on against Japan and China. That's the real purpose.
And why do you think Nick Land was in San Francisco recently?
I think SF. Well, I mean, it's the Giants. I mean, not the Giants. It's the 49ers. Well, again, I guess, when San Francisco was a big tech company, right? Giants were always winning. And then now it's the 49ers to keep that illusion that there's something happening in the Bay Area, even though they lost everything Oakland and East Bay. It's like this. It's kind of like New York may be the biggest city in America, but their sports teams never win anything. So they use Philadelphia as a scapegoat. So Philadelphia Eagles or Phillies wins. That is a victory for New York. You just say it's East Coast victory. So New Yorkers like to go down south to Philly for a bit, pretend it's their team, and then go back to Staten Island. Because nobody actually would want to live in Philadelphia.
Well, and then all the people in Philadelphia who are trying to be movers and shakers say they're from New York, even though they live in Philadelphia.
Exactly, and it's a reverse effect. It's because it's like Sacramento. You realize that Philadelphia is a wrecked city. You wouldn't be there, so and if anything's going to happen, it's in New York. And the thing is, if you're in New York, you're too cosmopolitan and uptight, so you want to pretend you're working class. So you associate you're from Philly. And it turns out the people who celebrate Philly the most are New Yorkers. And the people who talk shit about Philly the most are people from Philadelphia. It's kind of weird. It's like the Detroit effect, right? The most people who hate Detroit are people from Detroit. But the people who say good about Detroit are probably from Chicago.
I think that's what you and Shane Bugby were talking about.
Right. A lot of people who go to Chicago recently, I think Bugby pointed this out, are the people who wish New York was 20 years ago. Because they don't have a place in New York or LA, the most stubbornest people of all, they move to a secondary city to say, well, I can't afford rent here. I could make it in a city just as good. And so they choose Chicago. I mean, Chicago is usually your choice between Milwaukee, Indiana, or St. Louis or whatever. The point of being is that that's the only thing going down in the middle of America. And to deliberately move there is the same intentions of Philadelphia. It's kind of like Portland of the East Coast. It's not that you're in Seattle. You just want to be close to Seattle without being there. So you have this kind of legit suburban mentality. It's kind of the home ownership scam.
Well, that's what all the white nationalists say. They say move to the Midwest and get a white wife and live in a
But you
suburb
go
of
to
Chicago or
and
Indianapolis.
Chicago is almost similar to New York City. It is literally almost a carbon copy of New York. And it's just a lesser in population, a little different design. But the problem is The most arrogant people, and I think Shane said this too, the most arrogant people I ever met in life were people from Chicago, because it's third biggest city in America, and yet it doesn't win anything. You might have all the food there, like McDonald's and Kraft and whatever.
The Bears.
Right.
The
Yeah,
Bears.
that's too. And you hear something in sports too. The Bears were in the early '90s and late '80s. They were fighting against the New York. What is it? It's not the Jets. It's the. I forgot.
New York Giants or something,
Okay,
or
they're
Yankees.
also a
Or,
Giants. They're also a Giants too. It's not SF Giants, right? But I thought it was New England Giants or whatever. New England Patriots. Okay. But it's funny because there was a time when Chicago rivaled against New York, and that SNL skit was made on part by New Yorkers, or at least liberals in New York, to insult the middle class arrogance of Chicago, thinking they had one up from New York. That's what was going on, and some people believe that the power would be turned. There was a time where Chicago was the second biggest city, but because so many people moved to LA out of a Theodore Adorno dream for movies and porn and whatever, that's what happened. Chicago still remains at 5 million people, and LA is at 6 mil, and New York is still climbing with 9 mil. That will never go away. And so if you're trapped in Chicago, you're basically New York 20 years ago. And it's not possible to make a Wall Street there or a movie there. So you get stuck in frivolous pursuits like music or food or living the Cosmo life without, everybody lives in one part of the neighborhood. You have a color line, you go around a loop and you come back. Everybody meets in the center, then they disperse. It's kind of like the Philly lifestyle, but that body of water, like Michigan, is literally a beach, literally an ocean. But yeah, I just want to say, long story short, the most arrogant people I've ever met were people who take irrational amount of city pride. These people do not logically think correctly, even for people who live in Reno. It's just like nobody would ever arrogantly celebrate Pittsburgh over Philadelphia. You would get the fuck out of there. And I think city pride is some liberal invention of cosmopolitanism where you're stripped away from your race, your identity to such, Emil Durkheim deracinated extent. The only thing left is a city. And here's the funny part. You choose your city. You think you owe the city, even if you were born there. Here's the thing. The people who choose their city are not from that city most of the time. If they're talking how great and cool Austin, Texas is, I guarantee you they're from New Orleans. Or if they're talking about how great Atlanta is, they're probably from Philadelphia, right? It's always like that with city pride. They always not from the place that they're from, and they only take pride in their 20s and 30s because they think they own it because they live there, which is a falsified notion of liberalism, because liberalism needs property to function, which nationalism needs property to function. And it's the same arguments Jared Taylor makes. He says, English people owe England. Therefore, nationalism is right because I own it. Well, if anything can be subjective and you go to a different city and that's your city now and you're irrationally hostile to people in Sacramento, what is even the point? I thought nationalism was to create an egalitarianism as a whole, right? So if you that's why liberalism celebrates city pride, because it creates irrelevant competition and divide and conquer strategies. You'll have like a Japanese Eurasian, you put him in Detroit, and all he won't shut the fuck up about is Detroit. I get it. It's fucking 80% black, and it's 2% Asian in Detroit, and you're talking about how great it is with all the techno music going on. Yeah, I never understood that shit. That's because it's a lie. Because that person is better off in Bushwick. You could tell anyone that around the area. You don't want to be in Philly. You don't want to be in Boston. You don't want to be in New Haven. You want to be in the Wick. Everybody knows that. Same with the mid, in Chicago. If you're not in Wicker Park, if you're in Milwaukee or St. Louis, you're gonna commute there. I mean, I don't know how easy it is to tell anybody this, but the goddamn truth is that it's a reflection of dialectic materialism and Marxism.
Well, on that case, like when I first met you, you were literally saying how Andrew Wilson's a Trotskyist. So how does that tie to like the Trotskyist angle of it all?
I think it's because it's permanent revolution. They believe in the first world ideals, and the first world is what? G7, America, Canada, England, Japan. They believe the third worlds are problematic racist goys, and they do not have a say in the communist revolution. The only way to create communism is to educate all liberals because they're able-bodied people. You can't teach communism to a poor person. This is actually what the Trotskyists believe. You can't teach it to the masses of Indian people because they're poor and they'll might as well be racist. And so Trotskyism works well in New York, LA, Chicago, because these high and mighty people have white collar, quote unquote, jobs, writing for Vice magazine or acting in movies, kind of the things Theodore Adorno pointed out in the movie industry. The camera thus becomes you as the performer, the content creator. So revolution, the permanent revolution, only happens as long as it's in dialogue. And so you throw away Stalinism, you throw away Leninism or any ideal of vanguard communism in favor of a movement that cares more about culture than it does about praxis, because it's kind of like everyone becoming a Jew. It just leads into Antonio Gramsci and then him saying, well, communism seems to be fake as it is, and the only way to talk about anything is to get into a war position to make sure all of our values are of the same thing. Well, if everything is reduced down to this universalism, then it assumes everybody's a blank slate of sort, that you install programs on people's blank slateism, and that people just follow for trends and we're just monkeys. And this just goes into the theories of Rene Girard and mimic desire. And so I guess this is just some weird form of hyper-liberalism now, where the socialists and leftists we know today are a post-Trotskyist form of it, or these very people are the ones that will make YouTube essays about Space Jam and Marxism, the hidden working class message of Shrek, something really goofy like that, or the George Bataille notion of Frozen 2 and how that snowman is bound for eroticism and death, right? Going back to Mark Fisher, everything becomes this kind of creative hay of David Foster Wallace thing that liberal America gave us. And if America is this project where we are free to do whatever we want, we are celebrating the transhumanist value to do things. How Trotskyism applies in that is that it says that communism can only be accomplished through it's control of people through culture. You could say it's Gramsci, but this is why you get the neoconservative movement where it's like they're talking about James Burham, the managerial revolution. He was a Trotskyist and realized, well, that praxis just means if you want to have certain basics in life, what would a Trotskyist run world look like? Well, we'd all have fake Zoom laptop jobs, pressing buttons, telling people outside of America to do things. And honestly, you create a type of feudalism where socialism is only enacted by a type of private capitalism where we're in front of our laptop and we call it quote unquote work, wherever that's day trading or on Zoom or like customer service for Perfect Circuit or some bullshit like that. And but this is what your main income is, to put a down payment on a $500,000 house to actually own anything. And here's the ownership comes back in. I own a loft in Philadelphia. Go Birds. The most mundane, as Lenin called it, aristocracy of labor, bourgeois mindset that can't even exist anymore. It is as goofy as being a designer baby. And I think this is all intertwined in some way or another.
So are you saying that Trotskyism is basically just capitalism with like a Jewish managerial class?
Pretty much, if you put it that way. It's just because it's what it is. Capitalism is a transition to socialism. There's different types of schools of socialism to get off of capitalism. How Jews reacted to it, wherever you want to read in like Kevin McDonald's The Culture of Critique or E. Michael Jones' The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit, from those two major sources, you could say that how Jews reacted to it was that we needed a type of socialism that instilled Judaism while telling the goy or the goy cattle to be obedient. So you use these rhetorical terms like, permanent revolution, the third worlders, and it plays out Judaism again, but in the context that you're now fighting against the bourgeoisie, being socialist, which means the Kalergi plan, or some kind of Jew running over the goy cattle, and it thus becomes religious again. And then when you have, that kind of anti-Zionist, somewhat anti-Semitic sprout, then they say that's Stalinist, because all the Stalinists were for self-determination. Everyone had their own racial nationalism under multipolarity to support one another, and that's now being really popular again. And there still is, so when everybody says they're an anti-Trotskyist, they're really against the Zionist world order, which is a nice way of saying against Jewish supremacism. And I think, ultimately, that we can't, it's not to say that Jews are a problem here, because when European people, understand their own type of socialism, they kind of make it this like wacky value system of being free loving, highly altruistic, liking animals, things like that. That doesn't really have much of a place in, a dialogue that's, supposed to be about fixing, solving the issues of economic inequalities. Rather, the white person only cares about shopping at like Trader Joe's, going to worker cooperatives, and being unnecessarily nice to its neighbors and protecting animals. And that would just lead into this like Peter Singer bioethics stuff. That just means I'm guilty for being white, so therefore, to recycle the earth, we got to make more or less white people, which then enforces a recycled managerial state system of antinatalism, which the white nationalists already argue for. There's this whole degrowth movement going on. Peter Coffin has a great documentary about how the conspiracy behind capitalism isn't about growth. What's happening is they're trying to degrow everything. You have to use reusable bags to go shop at Aldi. It's a crime, using paper straws because we can't afford plastic. We have to use electric cars because we don't have gas anymore. You have to live in smaller spaces. You have to go in the pods and eat the bugs. That's all effective Malthusianism and degrowth. We used to have 350 million people, but now we have to cap by promoting feminism, putting estrogen in fast food, and killing off other people, so more people have less, create more mistresses, and only Darwinian people are allowed to have kids who show it under this weird Christian Judeo-Christian meritocracy. So ultimately, I see myself as a BRICS person against G7 because of all these things going on. But it just shows you that the Trotskyist ideal invented G7, what James Birmingham predicted in the managerial revolution, and it goes deep here because whoever is right wing is actually left wing, and whoever's left wing is actually right wing, promoting the same United States, let's live our best life bullshit, and they're all working for the same team. If they're in New York and LA and say, I'm a different type of white nationalist, or I'm a different type of liberal. No, it's all the same party. They're collecting intel on us and they want us dead.
Sorry, I'm a little busy for a few minutes. My hands are full. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with most of what he said there for sure.
Like 10 years for the same crime that we knew people in the FBI committed, like misleading or lying to law enforcement. And Bill Barr stepped in and was like, no, man, 2 years. And Republicans were like high-fiving each other like, we did it. And then meanwhile, it's like, well, how much did Bill Barr recommend for Andy McCabe or Comey? 0 years. That's constantly the Republicans like, what a victory. There are lefties that are rioting, collaborating across the country with big money donors, politicians in the Democratic Party that are encouraging them to go out every single night on.
Fucking weird, dude. Lock them boys up. 158 people arrested.
Something the White House will be discussing with lawmakers. Let's play the video.
All right. Oh, what the hell?
Give it to me, Caroline. I want it.
DHS funding was to demask ICE agents. One of the Democrats' main demands for DHS funding was to demask ICE agents. Is this something that the president is even considering?
Again, this
Okay,
is
hang on.
one
Pause
of the
it here for a
specific
second.
points in the letter that went out.
And we'll back the video up in just a second here, but notice the focal point here, demasking ICE agents.
Mhm.
Right? So what's been going on, in my opinion, is a mass terror campaign, which is reminiscent of Weather Underground. And the left demands that ICE agents be unmasked. And this way they can dox them. They can get that dox out to people who will actually affect some sort of terror against these agents. That's what's actually happening in real time. And that's what the concern is. That concern is legitimate. We've seen these people before surround people's houses. We've seen them before. They went to Tucker Carlson's house. Yep. They will harass these agents and they will dox their families, and they're happy to do it. Now, they claim on their side, wait a second, we have a right to know who these people are. They're public service officials, and they shouldn't.
They went to Tucker Carlson's house. What the fuck? What in the world?
Be out here masked up. That comes with the territory. So how do you solve that from the libertarian prism?
You know, Obama monkey videos or whatever. So like, I guess I'll throw that caveat in there to you guys. I mean, as far as like playing devil's advocate, what do you think if that was their strategy? You know, is this a smart?
It's silly. It's on its face. It's silly. They got exactly what they wanted. We got the fascist out. It doesn't matter. Deportations were going on under Biden at these facilities. They didn't care. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with get the fascists and get the fascists out. What that reporter asked was a brilliant question. He puts it back on them. He says, look, if it's the case that now that they have a playbook and they can prove it's proven to work, that if they agitate enough, you will do a drawdown because you're going to make a deal. You've given them all the leverage. Now, Trump's supposed to be the master of the art of the deal. So how's that a good deal? You don't give the leverage over to the domestic terrorists. That's crazy. And that's what it looks like is happening to me.
The reality is less important than the perception here, right? Because right now, if you're a person considering going on the street and rioting in, say, Portland or Atlanta, any city, right? You're like, well, did it work? Am I going to get in trouble? Did it work? Most of them are getting away with this with impunity. I could show you video after video of CBP and ICE pulling people over for obstructing them and saying, okay, you need to go home now. Every single one of those people that you let go is a riot that's occurring in the future because people are emboldened by the fact that they're able to obstruct.
Holy shit.
Rapunzel, throw down your support for your voting base.
Come on. You have a lot of lights on. Dinner's got to be done by now. We haven't heard from you in a very long time.
So they're not happy. They're not thrilled. They're upset.
The YouTube Music app can sense what you like from the moment you open the app. Try 1 month free.
Right? That there was any sort of working
ads
with the Trump administration, and clearly they're going to continue this.
It's smart. It's smart politics on their side, right? You never want to rest on your laurels, right? So they're going to take it. Perceptually, what you want to do is say, we're winning, but we're not winning enough. We got to go further. No cooperation. I used to say this. You remember when they freaked out when Elon was buying X? You would talk to a lefty, you'd debate them, and you'd say, hey, man, 95% of social media is controlled by like rabid lefties. It's so unfair. And they'd be like, we agree that's unfair. It should be 100%. Right. That's their mentality. Always on offense, always winning. Right. And so I can see why they're doing this here. The one good part of this, like if you want a little schadenfreude, look, man, the lefties get the wall too at the end of this, right? And so the idea that someone like Tim Walz isn't going to be, remember when he said, he's like, I don't like that they're coming in, they're calling me a retard. I don't like that they're doing that. Like, it's like, yeah, these lefty mobs are going to turn on you. It's not just going to be the right wingers. Ask Kristen Sinema, ask Joe Manchin. Right. And so you got to stay lockstep with them the whole time. So, yeah.
Well,
good for you, Walls. I hope you're not sleeping tonight.
Well, this is not my position, Andrew, but yeah, this was the position. This is 100% my position. 100%. That they would, disrupt with working with Waltz, like they would disrupt the left, and now the left going after Waltz is kind of what, the idea of them with the stand down or whatever you want to call it, like to kind of start. That's kind of the idea. Yeah. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, we see this here. Like,
well, I think that the idea is exactly what Rob's saying, that they're always going to stay on offense now. You have to understand this campaign for them has worked. This has been a successful campaign for the terrorists, for the Antifa terrorists. This has not been a successful campaign for the Trump administration. And they're continuing their winning streak. And you can argue that point, I suppose, but these arrests, they're going to get thrown out. We know they're going to get thrown out. We know that this is leading up to more and more and more and more. It's been like this since.
It's terrorism. If you protest, it's terrorism. And they'll arrest you if you protest.
Methods. The initiative aims to change Oregon's animal cruelty laws, which opponents argue would impact animal husbandry, training, wildlife management. Opposition, the American Kennel Club, the AKC, and other groups are actively campaigning against the petition, urging voters not to sign it. It's currently in the signature gathering phase for November 2026 ballot. Wild.
This won't pass, though. And here's why. It doesn't matter how woke people get, right? You can't mess with their dogs. Like even the lefties, they'll be like, but I like my weird Pomeranian breed.
Yeah, but it would criminalize common practices like hunting, fishing.
Well, yeah, that part they'll be fine with. It's the breeding.
No, I don't think. Look, the thing. Have you ever seen fishermen who can't fish?
Yeah, I know one.
Okay, they go they go insane. Something in their brain breaks. You can't keep a fisherman away from the water for too long, or they.
Choose Zorro.com and get it all to keep your.
Wrong. I mean, it's just propaganda. I mean, even though I'm
Wait,
Jewish,
so
I still.
those people aren't all dead? That's just propaganda, or they are dead?
No, well, look, a lot of the lies are Hamas propaganda. Not all of them are dead.
What
It's
about
just
the militia groups that are armed by Israel to steal stuff from the Palestinians and like terrorize them?
No.
What about like the
it's just
popular
all,
forces?
It's just all propaganda by the Western.
No, but
media.
Netanyahu admitted that he funds those groups and gives them weapons, right?
No,
So is
because
Netanyahu
they
lying?
help protect. They help protect Israel. Like Joe Biden supports
No, they
Israel.
steal food
I'm
from
not-
the Gazan people.
No, they don't. You got proof of that, Adam?
Yes.
Show
You
me
can just
proof.
look up popular forces UN food truck. They consistently
well,
would
I
pull
don't-
over
I
UN food
currently-
trucks and steal food from them. And okay,
Well, look,
this guy's getting.
I currently don't.
I mean, do they even get the?
Why are you muting me?
Not
What
you.
did
This
I
guy
do?
is
not
spamming
you,
Gloy to
Queen.
IDF.
Oh, okay.
David, you need to chill,
But yeah,
bro.
I mean, but yeah, I mean, look,
You see his
I
profile
mean,
picture?
America has been a big help in helping Israel. I mean, even though I'm a Republican, I thank Biden for sending us
I
money.
agree that
I mean,
the
Bi-
private
Biden
military
cares.
contractors have been a really great help to Israel when distributing
I mean,
fucking
look,
aid
This
and
may be the
killing
first
innocent
person I've
David.
ever met who's like, I hate Biden, but when he gave weapons to Israel, that part was based.
Well, David, when you have your grandmother my grandmother lives in Israel, and you know what happened to her? You want to know what happened to her?
Not
Since
really.
you wanna
Well, if she's in Tel Aviv, she's good, isn't it?
So we experience the merging of real and fake in the now. And you look back in the past, they're intertwined. The fake news has become our collective history. So what we're doing is we're separating the two. Lean Dion says, is there any compelling evidence around the Epstein files? All I see are poorly written and misspelled emails like, hi, evil billionaire. I'm coming to commit more crimes with you. Yeah.
Before you're like, maybe these standards that I've outlined just really don't hold up to scrutiny. And this is the good faith way that you approach somebody.
What the fuck? This bitch is on Tim Pool too, dude. She's showing a video of herself on Tim Pool. What the hell?
Who is this? Oh, this is that weird leftist lady, right?
And she's on a show that says Tim Pool and the Crucible.
And she's a leftist, right? She's like that weird leftist lady.
Yeah, but what's weird about this is that she's on a different show that's being hosted by Andrew Wilson on Tim Pool. So he's hosted several shows on Tim Pool, I guess. It says this one was streamed 10 hours ago as she's watching it. So yeah, what the hell? This like chick right here is like some sort of Crucible honeypot. But yeah, dude. Let's go back and see what they're talking about.
Well, it's more than that.
Like
it's like
over
the whole
codependence
coven.
over-
It's like a whole coven around Damien Eccles and Temple and shit. In my opinion, allegedly.
Damn.
Roles? What do you mean?
I don't think that that's true. That feminism is all about just choice.
The first
and then I think you also have to define what freedom is.
Well, the first thing we should do is make sure we get both of your definitions of feminism so that we're not speaking past each other, right? So starting with you, how would you kind of define it? Now, I understand you're not going to be able to give me an Oxford definition, and I'm not asking you
We
to.
can go off the Oxford definition. It literally doesn't matter to me.
Just even a proprietary one so we understand where you're coming from
Yeah.
the worldview.
I would say the promotion of social equality between men, women, sexes, genders on economic grounds as well, and prioritizing liberty, independence for women. Within that, obviously, I think it's not really, the characterization you just gave of what you understand to be feminism. I find a lot of people that push back against feminists are like feminist goals, feminist. I started to argue on the merits already because this woman, when giving her opening statement, she already started to disagree with me, and he didn't stop her, and he's about to stop me for just starting to engage. He's like, well, hold on, we're defining terms. Aims kind of have this caricature of what they believe the goals of feminism are, which is supremacy to men, supremacy over men rather than equality. And I think to the extent that you can make that argument, the promotion of social equality between the sexes might
But hang
hang
on. Let's just start with kind of a summarized definition that we can work from.
But just generally, promotion of social inequality. Yeah.
Okay.
But again, I was doing a lot of yapping. If he just really wanted my definite, he could have cut me off a lot sooner if he wasn't going to let me continue. Supremacy over other genders or men.
To me, that's fine. We can even look up. If we want to look up what the dictionary.
Yeah, it was earlier today. It was this morning.
Fine putting up a
I'd love to see
dictionary
it.
definition.
But-
you don't have to use a proprietary one, but just
But it doesn't. The thing is it doesn't matter. It's how has it played out, right? The definitions at some point don't matter. The technical definitions with a movement, right? It is what people think.
I don't even disagree. Honestly, again, wholly uninterested in semantic debates. I would rather just get into the substance. And I don't think that we are really going to be debating the merits of feminism as an ideology. We're going to be talking about discrete issues that she is going to make. This is how feminism debates go. They have broad complaints about society and then they scapegoat feminism. And we could just engage on those discrete complaints. And the only thing I'm going to say is, yeah, that's really bad. Doesn't mean that feminism's to blame for it. Or you've not demonstrated.
So it appears here that Wilson is moderating a debate on feminism between this hoochie mama and this other lady. That's kind of plain looking. So yeah, I'd say overall pretty strange.
If that's the case.
I think it is. And it is what, the consequences to society has been. And the consequences have been taking women out of the homes, trying to, you know, it's weird because feminism says it's for women, but what it's resulted in is women becoming more like men and almost regarding men as
Has
the
anyone
superior.
like her ever argued in good faith? When you work for the Heritage Foundation, no.
Sex. That's how it's played
very
out.
quickly. Maybe we can summarize this easily. Then the official definition here,
Yep.
the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of equality in sexes. I think that's up for dispute. I would just add that it's a movement towards egalitarianism, right, and the attempt to deconstruct the patriarchy. Would you agree that that's about right in summarization?
I think that's important. The deconstruction of the patriarchy.
So now
is
we've
an important term.
established kind of something that we can both work off of here for the purpose of the debate. I'm sorry we had caveat this a little bit, but I want to get to the heart of the issue, or we'll never be able to debate.
There's like a total Ouroboros thing. So it's like, well, we need to have either a matriarchy or a patriarchy. It's like, well, again, it just discounts that that men and women have always worked in tandem on some level throughout all of history, right? So it's like, so it's got to be one or the other. It's like a weird false dialectic, in my opinion.
Yeah, like this is definitely way more interesting than the Rob Noah show they're having. So yeah, I mean, I bet this got way higher ratings. But yeah, I guess he's moderating debates on Tim Pool, so it's wild. So there's a lot of collusion between Wilson and Tim Pool at this point. It's basically the same show.
Even to segment this into 4 more complex things, is there's 4 waves of feminism up to this point, and they're all different. And they use the same word, feminism, but with it has a different definition in it.
Just saying that he's doing shows on Tim Pool now, so they're basically it's the same show as the Crucible now, so it's pretty weird.
Right. It's just the Crucible, but with Tim Pool and Ian Crossland. And I mean, obviously, I'm going to take the side of the anti-feminist thing, but it's also kind of like how obtuse they are about how did we end up in this situation, right? And I think that the technology is obviously a big part of that. Like feminism is kind of only possible because of technology. I mean, in a sense, right? So
yeah, he's been in a lot of debates where the feminists have made that argument. And yeah. I know the Iranian lady made that argument.
Really? See, that's weird. Isn't that weird though that he wouldn't just like? Well, so, I mean, did he even take it under consideration, or did he just blow past it? That would be interesting to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because it's like most of the people that are going to war, they're not like actively shooting people like on the ground, right? There's a lot of like analysts and like people who gather information, and I don't know, man. So yeah, it kind of seems like in the modern age you would need women to be in the military to a certain extent, but yeah.
Oh well, I'm not even talking about military. I'm just talking about like, like in the workforce and stuff like that. Like women outside of the home essentially is like a normal fact of life. Like unaccompanied women just out in the world doing things essentially. And again, it's like, well, shouldn't women have the freedom or the whatever to do? That's like, well, yeah, but I mean, also, well, I don't want to say what I want to say, but let's just say that like bad things happen, and I don't know. I have to walk on too much eggshells because I'm trying to hold some of this back. But yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, it's just kind of weird because this argument that women should be able to do whatever they want. Because they need rights. I mean, again, it's like, what's a right what's equality, what, it's just a bunch of nonsense terms, like it's just these kind of like nonsense terms that they throw out and say, because really you need to define all these terms. What's equality? What's a right? Who gets to define what rights apply when,
And she's like kind of like dismayed at the bias moderation, but it's pretty obvious that it'll be a bias moderation on this thing. So I don't know. But yeah, that girl is pretty smart. So I don't know.
Every era that you see it, like the women's right to vote was a big part of the
thing
second
is,
wave,
though,
for
is that she just said the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of equality. And
Like again, Ian actually not making an incorrect point. It was exactly what I was thinking as she was talking about it. Like, yeah, it's really not. I'm not going to say it's ideologically incoherent, but there is ideological diversity within the feminist movement. If you think that feminists all agree with one another and that, Germaine Greer, Julie Bindel are going to be driving with the feminists of today, yeah, they don't.
deconstruction of patriarchy, she agrees.
You
So
wanna
they're
stick with that, Jeff,
operating
for now?
Well, they're
Yeah.
operating off of this worldview regardless of the wave. And so if that's going to help us get to the heart of the matter, then let's use that to get to the heart of the matter. And I'm going to kind of open the floor here a little bit for
The
you
other
guys.
thing is that what we consider first wave in America, feminism, which wasn't really the first wave because it goes back further than that. But in America, the first wave, the suffrage movement, the right for women not to be defined as property, they didn't identify as feminists. They didn't call themselves feminists. Now I can argue that I didn't even believe that their understanding of taking over the patriarchy was correct. However, that term came to them retroactively. So that's one thing.
Yeah, you did say something earlier, like Andrew was saying, just like broadly, we've agreed upon this definition for the purposes of the debate.
And I didn't get to bring this up, but this is the attitude that she just talked about is still true to this day. Again, this is quant shit, data mail. I don't want to get too like, the data says this or whatever. I've tried going that way in debates. I just don't find it persuasive. Power Slice Pizza, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime sub. I really appreciate it. But yeah, people find ways to like cherry pick and say like, here's why that data is not valid and just hand wave it. I don't want that to happen. So this is Pew, July 14, 2020. Most Americans support gender equality, even if they don't identify as feminists. So when asked if they agree or disagree with the statement, it is very important for women to have equal rights with men. So 89% of feminists say yes, non-feminists 69%, all adults 79%. Favor the ERA, which is the Equal Rights Amendment, being added to the U.S. Constitution. Non-feminists, 70%. Feminists, 86%. All adults, 78%. People not seeing discrimination against women where it really does exist is the bigger problem. 53% of non-feminists agree. 81% of feminists agree. 67% of adults agree. Our country has not gone far enough when it comes to giving women equal rights with men. This is the one that's going to be the worst. 39% agree with this. Feminists, non-feminists agree. Feminists, 74%, all adults, 57%. So, yeah, many of the values of the feminist movement have been accepted across the political spectrum in the U.S., even among Americans who don't personally identify as feminists, according to a Pew Research Center survey about gender equality that comes 100 years after the ratification.
Pause it for 1 second. So what's interesting is she said, well, there's diversity in what feminism is, and then it gives a broad definition of feminism to people for a questionnaire and say, well, this is evidence that people are unsatisfied. But then, you know what I mean? But like, what standard? Well, there's not a standard for feminism. It's just whatever somebody feels like in the moment is feminism, essentially, right? So it's like, so if you talk to a woman on one day, she might be satisfied. The next day, she might be unsatisfied. So it's like, what is this proving, essentially?
Hmm. I guess she's saying that like the effect of feminism has been done, so you can't like say that. It's kind of like what Pill Eater was saying about like the view of fascism, where it's like the fascist creep. She's kind of talking about like a feminist creep. Like it never goes away. It's just always there. Like I don't know. It's kind of weird.
of the 19th Amendment. For example, a majority of Dems and Republicans, whether they identify as feminists or not, say it is very important for women to have equal rights with men. Similarly, majorities in both partisan coalitions support adding the Equal Rights Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. The survey comes as scholars and commentators debate the impact of feminism on women's rights and broader American culture. Some argue that feminism has become universal and that the values and principles of women is in our own lives, which is stunning to say. So this idea, like, again, there is backsliding going on with respect to women's rights. There is the attempt to mainstream repealing the 19th Amendment, which I got into very quickly with her. Not entering, we're there. Yeah, we are there, you know. So like this idea, like, feminism, think of the past, we don't need it. Not true. But broadly, people are not antagonistic to these ideas nominally. Now, if you get and ask into all of those people and ask them, like, okay, what are your solutions and proposals for how you achieve equality between men and women? That's where you're going to find the disagreement. But broadly speaking, you don't have hostility to it in the way that you used to. As Ian mentioned, there have been different iterations of, you know, first wave feminism. Is there abortion restrictions where you are, Aaron? You mean in Florida? In the state of Florida, is there abortion restrictions? Which is primarily what you talked about, women's suffrage, political representation via voting. And then you had like second wave feminism. And that is where you actually did see more attitudes where feminists were speaking out against women being confined to the family. You have feminists like Betty Friedan who talked about, you know, the problem that has no name and how
communist,
suburbia and these sorts of things. And, you know, while they may promise a kind of dream life for women where they have the nuclear family, they're raising their kids, they're supported by a husband, these don't actually fulfill or live up to what they promise. And they leave women feeling alienated, depressed, etc. And then you have, you know, third and fourth wave feminism that are more often than not coming in contradiction now with Florida's in a great spot. I don't know how restrictive. We have abortion bans and heartbeat bills. So if you want to procure an abortion, I think you have to get an ultrasound beforehand. It is mandated. I don't know if this is the type of state where they require them to say that if you get an abortion, you're at risk, you have an increased risk for breast cancer, which is not true. And doctors are at least free to say right after that. There's no evidence to back that statement up. I just have to say it because the law makes me say it. You can't abort any fetus where they detect a heartbeat. You also, I think we have, a 6-week abortion ban. With second wave feminism, as they're more interested in expanding equality for women beyond the basis of sex solely.
But you would agree they're all moving towards the same goal,
but
right?
they're all broadly moving in the same goal. But there are a few times where, you know, you do see differences, like second wave feminists more likely to identify as like TERFs, you know, the Andrew Dworkin and whatnot,
because they see how they protect women in a different way from their view. But they're still attempting to deconstruct the patriarchy on behalf of egalitarianism, right?
Yeah, correct.
You would agree that each wave has this in common.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we can consolidate that a bit. Go ahead.
So you said that the promise of marriage, family wasn't fulfilled. You know, women at home weren't fulfilled. I would say the opposite now.
I said that those feminists and second wave, like Betty Friedan, argue that.
So how's that working out for us now? Because
that wasn't my argument. This lady was not listening. I never said that was my argument.
Promises that those women made.
I don't even disagree with it. And there was probably more of a social necessity for feminists at this time to be more antagonistic to the idea of women being relegated to the home. But at this point, I don't think so.
That you'll be happier when you're independent. You'll be happier when you can work like a man, when you can make money like a man, when you can have consumer purchasing power like a man. It doesn't seem to be working out so well. There are upwards of 60% of women on SSRIs. We see this war.
I never even got to get into this. I don't think so anyway. Like, lady, you don't get to just throw that out and say that feminism is to answer for it. The reason why we have more instances of women on SSRIs, on antidepressants, etc., is, for one, there is more research and more self-reporting and we have more knowledge of mental health afflictions now than we did in the fucking 50s, where women were addicted to benzos and quietly depressed in their homes and taking care of their kids all day. Okay.
So
That's
drug
one.
them up.
For two,
So drug them up then, drug them up now. Essentially. So she's saying we drugged them up before. Let's drug them up now because they're still unhappy. I mean, that's all she's really saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anybody's showing up here. Let's shut this down soon, I think. Shut her down.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Well, I appreciate you.
nothing.
Yeah, I might do something later, but I appreciate you stopping by. And y'all come back now. I'm here.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird that like started with the Tim Pool thing and now she's watching. And it's just really weird. I don't know, but yeah,
Yeah, it is pretty. It's pretty full circle. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that Pillater would like analyze a little bit of the semantics here because it does seem very related to what we were talking about before. It's like this kind of weird like culture, subculture, like feminist
Yeah,
nationalism
Pillater.
versus whatever.
Yeah, his commentary was crazy on point today. So he did come through. He like laid down like some golden moments for sure. But yeah. But yeah, it was wild. So let's check this out for like 10 more minutes. But yeah, we'll shut it down soon here.
The reason why we also see more instances of women, especially higher educated women, taking SSRIs is not because you have lower prevalency of mental health afflictions with lower class women, and I mean like economic class, right? It is because we have expanded access to healthcare. You would
end the argument.
So why wouldn't you want it to happen?
Because I like having a say in what happens. But I was out in California completely apolitical. Well, not apolitical. I kind of got.
Yeah, it's really selfish when women want to be able to vote. Who the fuck do we think we are, right?
Brainwashed and tugged along. But I didn't vote for years. Nothing changed.
Do you vote
my
now?
life?
Okay, just because you weren't voting does not mean things weren't fucking changing. You just didn't notice.
Huh?
Do you vote now?
Yeah.
And you voted, who did you vote for in the most recent election?
Trump.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's unclear to me why you would view that as selfish when I think the principle being, no taxation without representation is generally defensible. And I don't see that as any more, particularly self-interested or selfish. I do think it's reasonable for participants in a society, regardless of their sex, gender, et cetera, to want to be able to vote and have representation within, representative or constitutional republic, representative democracy, et cetera, within the United States.
But I can say a lot of the policies.
You wouldn't push for it, right? Not only because you think it's unrealistic, but I think that you also seem to believe that it would be more unjust than just to push to repeal the 19th Amendment.
I just don't see the policies that would come down from from institutions of which I voted for, and they actually don't change my life a lot. I mean, maybe taxes.
Policy doesn't change life. Then why are you a senior policy analyst at the Heritage Foundation? What the fuck are you talking about, lady? Policy is the thing that changes people's lives. It makes a big difference to a lot of people. I think the big, beautiful bill kicking all of these fucking Americans off of Medicare, transferring a bunch of money to the 1%, that's going to make a great deal difference to a great many fucking people, including you, even if you're going to pretend otherwise.
But like, let's say for like medical care. I don't know. I've always kind of lived outside the system. So
it's like you don't get to exclude yourself from democracy. Are you living out on the fucking grid? Is this Into the Wild? No. Okay, then you're not living outside of the society. Okay. You have not,
what's funny,
even before you worked at the Heritage.
What's funny is if you, on most of the panels, if you go on TikTok panels, if you say you didn't vote, they'll automatically kick you off the panel. They're like, if you no vote, no say. So they'll say basically you have no right to an opinion if you didn't vote, right?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we're like this lady. Yeah, she is kind of pointing out this lady's delusions for sure. Because this lady's thinking like she is kind of like a closet liberal. Because she's like, oh, I don't have to live in a system that I don't support. And besides, I don't really support it if I live outside of the system. It's like, no, you don't, lady. You work for the Heritage Foundation. You are part of it. Like, for sure.
What's up?
Yo, what up? How y'all doing, fam?
Yo, what's going on?
We're doing good. We're reviewing feminism and how wonderful it is for society.
Oh man, listen, it's so great. Listen, there's two halves of feminism. One is, broads being willing to like do terrible things in awful places with whoever the fuck they like. I enjoy that part of feminism, right? But on the other hand, there's like the whole like go to work thing, which is retarded. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. They're like, work equals freedom. I'm like, that's what we're over top of the gates at Auschwitz. It's stupid.
Well, if work equals freedom, then I guess men should be super happy to go to work for all their children
Well, yeah, that's what we do.
and get no sex out of it.
No, listen, that's the reason. That's a trade-off that we have. Like, we go to work and provide so we can get vagina and offspring to continue our motherfucking like biological line.
What about the Protestant work ethic where we just love working for the sake of work?
Yo, I was watching this thing. You ever heard of a guy named William Marshall?
No.
He was like an economist in like the 1800s, right? And then there was another guy named J.M. Marshall in like the 1940s. And like one like named himself after the other one, but whatever, don't care. Basically William Marshall said, listen, you know what I mean, like, what are we doing? Right? Like, what is the purpose of all of this? And like, how do you portray citizenship as like people? Like, how do we go? Like, what is a citizen? And what they said was like, listen, we do it through like service, right? So like, you're a citizen because you go serve in the military, you go to work, you pay taxes, right? You know what I mean, like, support a family. And you know what I mean, like, this allowed for like people to go, we are citizens of this nation because like we contributed to it. So like we have ownership of it. It's the same as like when you do go to like a factory or a job, you have a machine you run, and that becomes your machine. And like the company's kind of okay with you thinking that, you know what I mean? Like they know it's their machine, but on the same level, they want you to have responsibility for it so you care for it. In the same way the bank kind of wants you to care about your house because you're paying for it, right? Same type of deal. And so like that's kind of the trade-off that was made. I was watching a whole last thing, a podcast last night from like my favorite fucking economist, Mark Blythe. I mention him all the time, right? Like he's my favorite economist. And like he was giving this speech about how do you get back to like, how do you as a liberal polity deal with a like a fucking politics of grievance, right? And you really fucking can't. You know what I mean? Unless like you have like this ownership, get back to like this mentality of like we're all working towards like a common goal because we're a people of a nation. Anyway, I apologize.
Well, that's the thing is we don't really, well, we have a nation, but we don't have a state that represents that nation, right? So we're kind of already like balkanized, but we don't have different states to represent the balkanization that's already occurred, I guess.
Well, I mean, we don't really have a balkanized, we have atomized individuals, right? Like we got away from that idea of a nation because of Hitler. If that makes any sense to you, right? Like, so like you can't, like they didn't want to have nations because like you end up having fascism and like, you know, fascism will eat liberalism, right? And they like liberalism. So they got rid of the nation state and came up with the atomized individual that said, listen, what makes you a citizen, you get to consume. And it's kind of empty and nobody likes that. And like I've been mentioning this for years, you know what I mean? Like this is like my bread and fucking butter, right? Like I love this shit. You know, like it's a fascinating thing when you start really getting down to like all this stuff. Machine, I will send it to you. Actually, you know what, bro? Like my Discord got nuked, my account, because like I was hanging out in like a Zoomer server, like a kid who used to sponsor my motherfucking YouTube channel. And you know, Zoomers, you know what I mean? They like them Call of Duty fucking memes and shit.
Yeah, that's, you know, there's a lot of well, I don't know if it was Fed posting or not, but I'm sure there's a lot of I mean, Discord seems to be watching a lot of stuff, especially since Mean Mr. Charlie Kirk got smacked.
I don't know. Like I haven't really noticed a lot of like stepped up enforcement, but I have noticed like a lot of like, you know, I know like there's certain things you're just in general always not allowed to do. And one of those things is post about, you know what I mean, fucking, like terrible racial, like fucking gore shit. You know what I mean? And Zoomers, they love to push that button. I get it. I was young too. You know what I mean? We all love pushing that button from time to time.
That's why you gotta educate them because they're gonna go get wrapped up,
Yeah, listen, you gotta let them learn that lesson. You know what I mean? It's better to learn the lesson by getting your account duped than, you know what I mean, like fucking doing it in public and getting your ass kicked.
You sound like you're an advocate of the school of hard knocks.
Come on now, son. Where do you think I come from? Soak is motherfucking like, my alma mater. On my CV, it says bachelor's degree, Soak.
Are you what did you write your what's your next article going to be about?
I want to get like in depth on the Epstein files type of deal, but like, that's going to require some research and some time, which I don't have at the fucking moment, right?
Well, on the Epstein stuff, have you noticed that like all the left wing people are now taking credit, saying, "See, we told you all this shit," but then they were calling us crazy before, like a couple years ago about this shit.
I mean, maybe. I don't like. Yeah, listen again. I haven't seen a lot about like what exactly everybody's been saying because like I don't do Twitter, right? And I haven't really been like I don't do Facebook and I haven't really been online. All I've really seen is like Asmongold and Phillion. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, here's what I've been noticing is like all the left wing people are now saying like, see, this is evidence, whatever. They're saying like Epstein ran 4chan and he created the whole neo-Nazi movement and alt-right, and he was basically running it, and Ghislaine was running like Reddit or something like that, or I don't know, some bullshit like that. So it's like basically it's like blame the Jews all over again, but from the left, and then they're like, well, see, the Nazis and the Jews are working together now, and so some shit like that.
Hey, Pinoy, did you read my review or my summary, or no? My summary of The Prince by Machiavelli. You didn't read it.
Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, your mic is a bit low.
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me try to turn you up just in case. Hold up.
Hang on. Here, settings, audio.
All right, I boosted you up.
Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Better.
Okay, cool. All right. All right, cool. So I want to put my headset on. I'm in the fucking hospital and shit.
Yeah, I don't think you read your review. Why don't you tell him your general position, because I'm sure he's got a lot to say
It's a
on
summary.
Machiavelli.
I can share it and read my summary here if you want me to.
Well, just paraphrase it. Let's not. Let's just keep it going, because I don't know. We might end this in any moment, so I don't want you to get too deep into it.
It's a ready paraphrase. It's not that long. Yeah, just read it. Whenever or something. Let me see here. Where I put it. Yeah, here. So I'll just.
Any chance you can turn him up, man?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Somewhat. You're really low. I can
Yeah, I'm
hear
low.
Neurojack, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm low. Am I low?
Yeah, you're low.
My mic may be messed up. Let me see here.
I think I fixed it. Go try again.
Yeah, can you hear me well?
There you go. I got it.
Yeah. Did you read my summary of The Prince by Machiavelli, or you didn't have time?
No. My Discord got nuked, so like I don't have that account anymore.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll just put it in the private chat. You can read my. Oh wait a second.
You listen. I'm in Neurojack server. If you're in there, you know
No,
what I mean.
I'm not in Neurojack server. Here, I'll just put it in the private chat. Here you go. There you go. You can read my summary of the prints. I think I covered all the important points.
Okay.
It was a good
So
book.
so give me a rough idea. What's the deal with the prints? What's up with that dude?
So basically, I'll just read the whole thing. So Machiavelli's political teaching begins from necessity. It's just 3 paragraphs. The compulsion imposed by circumstances in which a prince must act or be ruined. Against imagined republics and moral ideals, he insists on the effectual truth of the thing, since one who makes a profession of good in all regards perishes among those who are not good. Moral rules are not natural or divine constraints, but human products forged under necessity. What is necessary is just, because preservation precedes any higher justice. From this follows Machiavelli's redefinition of virtue. Not moral goodness, but the capacity to act decisively, including the ability not to be good, using or withholding cruelty, mercy, faith, or deception, according to necessity. Virtue, so understood, is visible only in its effects, and often through contrast with vice, liberality against meanness, mercy against cruelty, so that reputation, not intention, becomes politically decisive. Fortune supplies opportunities, but never guarantees success. Without virtue, opportunity is wasted, and without opportunity, virtue remains inert. Hence Machiavelli's overarching aim, to teach how a new prince can found and maintain a state by mastering necessity through virtue, bending fortune rather than submitting to it. These ideas culminate in the insistence on foundations. Durable political order rests on good laws and above all one's own arms, without which every moral or legal claim collapses. Machiavelli applies these principles concretely in his analysis of acquiring and holding states. New principalities are more fragile than hereditary ones, especially when added to older domains, and must be secured by foresight, presence, and timely remedies before disorders become incurable. Injuries should be inflicted all at once and benefits distributed gradually, as with Liverato's seizure of Fermol, so that cruelty, if used, secures order rather than perpetuates fear. Mercy misused breeds disorder, whereas limited cruelty can prevent wider bloodshed. Politically, the safest foundation is the people. A prince supported by them need only avoid oppression, while one raised by the great must quickly win popular goodwill, since adversity is survivable only when the people remain friendly. This popular foundation is inseparable from military foundation. Mercenary and auxiliary arms corrode states, as Rome's reliance on Goths demonstrates, while one's own arms, citizens, subjects, or loyal creatures, generate security and reputation. Thus the prince must make war his sole art, training body and mind, even in peace, so that fortune's changes find him prepared. Political stability for Machiavelli is not moral harmony, but disciplined force aligned with popular support. I'm almost done. This is the last paragraph. In governing, the prince must manage appearances and passions rather than aspire to moral purity. Men are ungrateful, fickle, pretenders, and dissemblers, loving at their convenience but fearing at the prince's, which is why, when forced to choose, it is safer to be feared than loved, provided hatred is avoided. Faith may be broken when circumstances change it, since necessity dissolves promises, and successful princes have prevailed through astuteness rather than loyalty. The ruler must know how to act as both man and beast, entering evil when compelled while not departing from good when possible. Fortune itself is neither providence nor blind faith, but a force that favors audacity. It must be mastered through impetuosity rather than cautious passivity, since those who cling obstinately to one mode fail when times change. Even appeals to God are refrained. God leaves room for human agency and glory, making arms pious when necessity admits no alternatives. The book closes by reaffirming Machiavelli's central lesson. Security and greatness arise not from moral ideals or inherited legitimacy, but from prudent cruelty, flexible faith, popular foundations, and the bold use of virtue to compel fortune to serve political survival. So, yeah, I also give page numbers. I read Mansfield translation. I give page numbers in my summary, and that's my basic rough summary of the prince. And so basically, it just comes down to like Machiavellian virtue is like using your capacity, skill, power, judgment under necessity. It's reputation oriented and stuff like that. It's not like the Taoist virtue.
Virtue, it's used a lot throughout like his works, like the Art of War and the Discourses on Leaving. Have a bunch of like mentions of that word virtue too, right? virtu, no e at the end, right? This is not an Italian virtuous type of deal. Like it's not. This isn't liberal virtue. This is a whole different thing. But in the Art of War, it's often used for the idea that you're supposed to have like care for your community, like long-term institutional understandings, this type of stuff.
Yeah, I got that. It has to do with the principality, and yeah, you want to maintain. He actually says you want to arm your citizens, and it's better to arm your citizens than like a mercenary or auxiliary group. And
Well, but here's a problem with this, though. Here's a problem with this idea, though. If you tell everybody the legend of the prince, and then everybody wants to be the prince, how can you have a state or a nation or be the leader of people who are just going to backstab you as soon as it seems convenient to them?
Yeah, you have to like anticipate their movements. He actually does say cruelty is justified, but you have to do it all at once. You cannot like do it gradually. You gotta do it all at once, and you gotta be.
Yeah, but my point is that if everybody in your kingdom can read the prince, right? Like it's not going to work, right?
Well, the thing is,
or do dumb people automatically take themselves out because they read it and they don't understand how to employ it? I guess.
Well, it's not about that. That's not how this works, right? So this isn't about like knowing how to apply it or not knowing how to apply it, all these type of things. It's about understanding your position and place. This is kind of part of virtue, where it's like you sacrifice for like the whole instead of just for self. You know what I mean? Like you sacrifice like your time and your life and your effort and you know what I mean, your know-how and wisdom for the future of your community, your town, your village, your city, your people, your children, your family, your lineage, all these things that go with it. Right. And so when you read something like The Prince, you understand to go, okay, I see what the fucking prince is doing. And I'm fine with it. He's doing it for the best for everybody. You know what I mean? And you learn how to sidestep his fucking bullshit so it doesn't hit you in the face. That's the point of it.
Yeah, it does seem to be saying that. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean,
so he wrote it from this point of view of like, oh, I'm trying to help the king or the prince, but actually I'm trying to help the average person as well because the average person needs to understand how this shit works, so they don't get run over by it.
Like, okay, when Machiavelli wrote The Prince, it was 1520, right? And so, like in 1520, we're talking about the age of exploration. Italy needs to get in the game. They have the greatest shipyards and boat builders in the entire world, but they're not being utilized. Like they're being utilized as in like, you know, every explorer that came to America was Italian, but Italy wasn't a unified country. They didn't have any spare people. They needed to get their shit together as a state, right? But like they couldn't. So this is the point of like this whole Prince thing is like, this is an argument for like Italy to become unified under one people. And he thought, you know what I mean, I forget the guy's first name, but whatever it was, the Medici would motherfucking be able to do it.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, he did. That is accurate what you're saying. Yeah.
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 So, but since we all basically somewhat agree of like, well, fuck America. So what prince do we address ourselves to today?
Yeah, listen, bro. It's that's not how this works. You can't. Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like a man must, show that he has like what it takes to get to where we need to be at, and like he'll do it. And when you see that man, you will know. You know what I mean? You will know him by his deeds. This is why Yarvin always says, like, yo, just pick your guy, back him, and shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, you don't get to critique the guy who you put into power. Like, you want him to do your bidding. You need to shut the fuck up and let him do it.
Is Trump is Trump our boy?
I mean, our job is to like back ICE, right? So that like we can make a better living for ourselves and our children. That's the whole purpose. Nothing more.
So
If
my
you're
summary was
able-bodied,
good, right?
if you're able-bodied, sign up and go pick up a gun and get in a fight.
Sorry, I'm here. My hands are full. Go on, please. What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, this is the whole point of virtue, right? So like, you're supposed to sacrifice yourself, your time, your ability for the future. It's not just about you. This is kind of the principle of communitarianism. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not just about you. This is about the future, right? This is what I picked up out of Machiavelli. That's why when you hear all these liberals talk about like carbon, sequestration, and fucking climate change, or inclusion and all this type of stuff, it's about the future, right? They're thinking long term, right? Whereas like most motherfuckers are thinking, oh my god, like the eggs at the grocery store are too expensive, or what's oil going to be in 3 months? This is kind of the problem we're having in our society. Is like nobody thinks of the future. They don't sacrifice for the future. They're not having a conversation about the future.
Well, it seems like they want max confusion so people can't really organize men around them, because that would be dangerous to the state at this point.
No. It's because we've been sold a polity that tells us that the number one thing that we can do is consume. Right? That's our citizenship. It's our right to consume. There is no the one thing these Epstein files should really tell you is that nobody the fuck is really in charge. Right? Like, these motherfuckers are idiots. Like, they may all be in a cabal, but it's just a cabal to make money. It's not a cabal to get anything done. Like, what's the one reason everybody brings up why they saw Epstein? Oh, he was going to donate to this. He was going to do this. He was going to help us with this. This is literally just all about money at the end of the day.
Yeah. So my summary was
Do you think
good.
Epstein and Trump? Well, go ahead.
So my summary was good, right? Or... Yeah, it does make you think a lot. But ultimately, the leader cannot be a bitch. You know what I mean? That's a very important thing. They can't be a simp. They can't be overly merciful. They have to put their foot down when it matters. And they shouldn't be afraid of getting a reputation. You know what I mean? As you're saying. Yeah, that's right. And it's good for everyone to be armed. Your people to be armed and such to maintain the principality and such. Dang, when I shot that person during my home break-in, my parents blamed me and they took my gun away from me. I didn't do anything wrong. The guy already
Well, it's not
broke
safe,
the
but it's not good to have your enemies who live within the same nation as you to be armed, right?
Yeah, that's a more recent new kind of thing. Yeah, that's a new kind of issue. That's yeah, yeah, that's a new kind of issue. Yeah, it's a mess. Yeah.
That's kind of why, in a sense, like in principle, I kind of agree with gun control, just because like I don't want my enemies to have weapons. You know,
You agree with what?
gun control, because I don't want my enemies to have weapons.
The problem is, America has a big military-industrial complex. It has so many weapons. It's very hard to regulate. You see what I mean? It's very hard to regulate, I think. So the distribution of arms in America, I think so.
Gun control is fucking stupid.
It doesn't work, I think so. Like in America, especially.
Well, it's not just that. You're gonna like if the government does like gun control, like they'll just end up, you know what I mean, like fucking being hated and like resented by the people.
Well, not
Like,
well since women vote. Since women vote, it's 50-50, you know.
What do you mean? There we go. All right. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So like, it's not just about like the women, right? It's about uh, it's about like the people who actually like produce shit. You know what I mean? Like you can't like this is why we're having a problem is because we have like turned the society into a society for women.
Yeah, I always thought it was weird how men befriend women. Like just it's just not culturally normal in some cultures. I don't know what it's like in Europe, but in America, it's normal for men and women to become friends, even if they don't want to get into each other's pants. But I always thought that was kind of weird. So, like, I don't know. I think I think sex segregation it had a purpose in most traditional cultures. You see what I mean? Like you had sex segregation. What's your opinion on that, Pinoy? What's that? Or am I just?
I don't know. Like I couldn't quite understand everything you said there.
Yeah, my mic is kind of shit. So let's see.
I don't
Can
know.
you
You're
hear me
talking
well?
kind of low. I'm trying to do the same thing because I'm in a hospital room at the moment.
Yeah, I got you. I think I keep dropping my mic, and also have to speak kind of low and stuff. So yeah,
All right,
because my
something about like men and women to be friends.
yeah, I just think it's weird. You know what I mean? It's weird. Because like it wasn't normal in the past. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm. Well, yeah, I mean because like women, were never considered like full humans, right? Like they weren't considered equal, right? They weren't considered to have like the freedom that they have right now. Like the only time that men and women could actually like be friends is in empires or like large cosmopolitan areas back in the day. But even then, like that was never normal for commoners. That was more like an upper class thing. But everybody today they think it's upper class. But everybody has the safety and okay. here's where this is. And I know like nobody's watching, but like this is something that y'all should probably carry forward and have conversations about. Every day in the United States and across the entire world, there is 80 billion slaves, right? And it's because of petroleum.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
I do talk about that a bit. Yeah, I do talk about it.
Like that's important to understand. So like, back in the day you had slaves, I mean, when you were like upper class. So, your ability to like stand here and have, like a washer and a dryer and refrigeration and transport goods brought to your house and what I mean, like DoorDash or fucking a grocery store and all these type of things, and you being able to have a car to go get it. These are all upper class luxuries 100 years ago, 150 years ago. Right. So everybody today is acting like an aristocrat because you have that security.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, yeah, so,
Right.
yeah,
Like,
that's
we
right.
don't ever we don't have these conversations about like reality of geological fucking shit.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. That's I think it's better to stay closer to the material reality when discussing this stuff. Getting too much lost in theory, makes people too I don't know, head up in the clouds. Basically, it makes their heads get lost in the clouds and stuff. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
So like,
sustainable. It's not sustainable. Yeah.
well, I agree, right? But on top of that, you're going to reach an ROI on it. You know what I mean? Like a return on investment. You're going to reach. We reached the ROI on like our ability to pull this out, and like it becomes less and less effective, right? With the more people you have, and the more human beings who have contact with it. Like in up until like the 1970s, there was only like what 20% of the population who actually had access to like refrigeration and large scale transport and all these type of things. Now, what I mean, of the global population, it's like fucking 80 to 90%. So like you have all these excess bodies on, what I mean, like relying upon this every fucking day.
Yeah, Teddy does a good job talking about those issues. Like it ultimately comes down to how destroying self-reliance and destroying the communal way of living. Basically growing your own shit and not relying on a global distribution system that's highly unsustainable. And if every person wanted to live a middle class American lifestyle, we would need like 4 to 5 Earths or something. Yeah, but just you cannot do that. Yeah,
Yeah, this doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't
This
work.
is kind of the problem.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Yeah, no, that's Pentti Locola does a good job talking about those problems. Pentti Locola is also a communitarian. I recommend looking into him. Pentti Locola.
Put his name in the side chat for me, please.
Yeah, I did in the past, but I will again. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, that's the name of his book. Pentti Locola, Can Life Prevail? So yeah.
Yeah, eventually I'm gonna write a book, what I mean, on like communitarianism eventually. You know what I mean? Like at the moment I'm kind of just gathering thoughts together and I mean like working stuff out, getting into like the minutia of things and I mean like putting everything together. That's what like a lot of the writing's about is getting like all these arguments down pat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'll buy your book. I'm interested in it. Yeah, because let me tell you this. Liberals say we should like constantly give more and more money to the third world. We should flood our nations with the third world, but that causes more complications. It's bad for the biodiversity. It's bad for your own people. It doesn't help. And Pentti Locola talks about that he talks about how like it doesn't make sense to keep pouring all of our money into the third world, and how we grow dependent on the supply chains that, you know, it's like we're not even living in connection with our environment anymore, with, you know, like growing shit or like having a people that is of your own kind ruling over you, like a principality. You know, it's kind of crazy. It's atomization and deracination, and you know, like it's that kind of shit. Yeah, we talk about. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, when you read The Prince, did you start thinking about like the motherfucking Constitution?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Right. You see like the echoes of like the Prince in the Constitution, right? Where he, like in the Prince, he talks about the three different forms of government, right, or the three different forms of representation, and he starts talking about the the right to bear arms. You know what I mean? And all these
Yeah,
things.
that part. Yes,
Yeah, yeah,
yes. Yeah.
yeah. Like, and then when you get into Art of War, you'll start if you read the Art of War, you will literally see like the what's this shit called? Oh, you'll see the military doctrine, right? Like of the United States, like the original military doctrine that we still use pretty much the whole way today, right? Other than the, you know, I mean, like standing military thing. Again, that's because of oil and our ability to have the energy to do it, right? And the large population to sustain, you know, what I mean, like a full time military, you know, what I mean, in the defense fucking expectation. But you know, what I mean, like other than that, you can see like all the military shit that came in with the United States. Like it's fucking fascinating, right? It really is. Like understanding like how all this shit works and where it came from. You know what I mean? Because John Adams during that period of time, when they were writing the U.S. Constitution, this is when we were under the Articles of Confederation. Was on a tour of Europe searching out republics, right, and studying about like the long-standing republics of Europe. And me and Machine Lives got into it at one time, and we got into like these letters from John Adams back to like the people in the colonies, right, the fucking delegates and shit for the Constitutional Convention. Um, and we found like these letters where he just lifted wholesale, right, just whole chapters of the Prince.
Yeah, Machiavelli seems like he was highly influential, kind of like Hobbes, and you know, you read all of those. Yeah, it's a lot to get into. I actually will read the other book you recommended by Zehan. I think it was Accidental Superpower of America. I plan to read that one too. Yeah, I'll read that
That's
next.
listen, yo, I'd recommend getting the audiobook because Xeon reads it, like the guy who actually wrote it reads it. I kind of like his voice as a thing. Like I think he has a cool cadence. Um, I think you might enjoy it. You know what I mean? It's pretty interesting to listen to. I don't know, like I don't know. A lot of people kind of like feel like he's pompous, but I enjoy it personally.
Yeah, I don't personally like audiobooks. I prefer reading personally. That's all.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can read it on your own. I read the paperback version too, but like I listened to it on audiobook. I listened to all four of his books on the audiobook, right? And I think he just did an addendum to um the End of the World is Just the Beginning, which is like the newest one that he put out. I think like 2 or 3 years ago, something like that. Um, I'm also going to recommend to you some Mark Blythe stuff as well. Right, Angrynomics is a great fucking book if you want to check it out. As far as stuff's concerned, like he has some lectures that are fucking fascinating. Especially like his new one is really, really, really good. Like, and the fact that he's been online, like he brought up the Michael Green article where he put out that Michael Green, he's like, I think he's like a hedge fund guy, but like he's really good with numbers and math, and he did some research into like what it actually costs to live right every day in America, or whatever it is, and he came up with a number. He said $140,000 is a new poverty line, right, because of the cost of participation. Fascinating shit. But I've been studying. You know what I mean? I've had some time.
Yeah, yeah. I also think survival skills and knowing foraging and some basic gardening skills, farming skills, all of that's important too and stuff.
Oh yeah, and it takes a while to learn that stuff too, as well. You know, what I mean, that's some shit that like people don't tell you. It's not, you know, what I mean, like inherently knowledge, right? That you have as a human. It's not like you just, oh, here, go plant this seed in the ground and a plant will grow. That's not how shit works. It's just like chickens or like raising any animals. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I
fucking,
know what
you
you
got to
mean.
know what you're doing. You know what I mean? It takes a skill set and an ability and work.
Also heard that when you go hunting, you have to use a special kind of bullet because you don't want the bullet to be, I don't know, have lead in it or whatever, because that could be bad for eating. And so I have to. I mean, one friend told me about that. Something
I mean, like everybody uses lead bullets, right, for the most part when you go hunting. But
that is good.
you want to put the animal down on the first shot. It's kind of where it's at, right? Lead's good because it disperses, right? So like basically, it's when you get hit with it, it disperses the energy fully rather than just ripping through the animal. Like if you use steel or like copper, something like that, what ends up happening is it'll just rip through the animal and the animal will just take off and basically it'll just have a hole in it. You know what I mean? You'll never catch it. And it might get miles and miles away before you get to it. But if you hit it with if you hit it with lead shot, what ends up happening is it displaces that energy and it causes a large cavity on the inside, which kills the animal really quickly. That's why like lead is used. It's not just the fact that like the like it's easy to like fucking turn that into bullets. It's the fact that it disperses. Like have you ever seen like a hollow point round?
No, no, I haven't really used anything like that. It was just I was talking to my friend. He was telling me that I guess he's wrong though. He was very much against lead bullets for some reason. I'm not sure why. He said it
Well,
was unhealthy.
one of the things they don't want you doing is using like lead shot out of a shotgun, right? And that is because of the environment, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that like when you shoot buckshot, what ends up happening is like you'll miss a bunch of the shot, right? It shoots like fucking 8 balls out, right? And so like if 3 of them miss the animal and 5 of them hit it, yeah, those 5 will drop it, but like the other 3 will just be like lead in the fucking environment, which could make other animals sick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think using a shotgun for hunting makes sense. I think you gotta stick to rifles and stuff.
Oh no, no, we all use shotguns for hunting too, right?
Oh.
Like fucking, and on top of that, they use what's known as flintlock, right? And basically, it's what you think it is. It's a flintlock rifle, like the old days. And you can go flintlock for like a month longer than you can go like regular rifle hunting, right? But it's a 50 caliber round, but it might not go off when you shoot it, right? I mean that's part of like the whole thing. It's interesting, and like hunting's with a whole bunch of stuff. There's archery. I mean, guys who go out crossbow or like compound bow hunting. I mean, like certain states have banned like crossbows from like archery season. There's all types of regulations with it, but a lot of it has to do with sportsmanship, and they're trying to like control the amount of like animals who end up like running onto the highway, because the number one like animal that kills Americans are deer, right? Deer are more deadly than any other animal in the United States.
Yeah, there are also a lot of them because we have a lot of secondary forests and they tend to grow in population a lot. So yeah.
Yeah. And so, you want to like make sure that everything gets, like controlled. You know what I mean? And you try to maintain the population to where it needs to be. But recently, like due to the fact that like the boomers are, didn't pass down anything because they don't have any virtue, right? So like the kids, nobody's like, there's not as many hunters as there used to be because like the boomers can't do it anymore because they're old and they didn't teach their kids any of these things. Their kids just, like were playing video games their whole lives and didn't go into the woods.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah, that applies to me too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I will say that one thing is there is a very strong false sense of security people have nowadays. But when you actually start looking into things like the nitty-gritty details, you see that things are actually more volatile than they have ever been. It's very volatile and it's very unsustainable. And yeah, it's just not. It's just like how did we reach this point in the first place? It's thanks to the boomers, yeah, and they're very myopic and short-sighted they were. But yeah, that's really what it comes down to.
Well,
Yep.
yeah, I mean, again, they weren't raised to like, take care of institutions, right? They saw them as a hindrance to like their profit, right? They cannibalized the institutions.
Yeah, that's
Technically,
that's
the economy did, but is what it is. I talk about capitalism a lot, right? Capitalism, you know, it has to find a place to expand into, right? For its next venture. And when it runs out of land and it runs out of like low hanging technological fruit and innovation, it just started eating humans in their institutions. That's what the whole neoliberal thing was. It's literally like the capitalist structure eating, the entirety of like, the fucking public sector, right? All those institutions that the silent gen and the greatest generation built up, to like, and before then as well, like the guys from, like the fucking union days and the progressive era, right? Who built up these institutions to protect workers and families and, pass laws for all these things that make things better. The boomers ate those. That's how they got rich. They didn't get rich by like, working. They got rich because they literally cannibalized the institutions that were there for their fucking children.
yeah, yeah, that makes sense. I agree with that. Yes, they just let it degenerate or they cannibalize it. The boomers were very indulgent. Like they had a kind of YOLO like mindset. If it feels good, do it. But sometimes you gotta like you cannot do something just because it feels good. Sometimes you have to sacrifice your conveniences for the betterment of your offspring, your progeny, and stuff. Your
Well,
progeny.
that's literally like the entire purpose, right? And you have to understand that, like, it's not just the work, right? It's not just going to the job every day, providing. It's also like making sure that you're passing down like the cultural aspects and excuse me, excuse me, I'm sorry. They leaving your children, these institutions that they can leave to their children, teaching them what it means, right? But like this gets in the way of making money is the issue.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's a very big problem. It's a very big problem. Right.
And then you have Disney, right, which is probably the largest problem in Western civilization is Disney.
Disney?
Yeah.
What about Disney?
Disney is Disney is the secular man's religion, right? It has taught an entire 3 generations of people that good will win over evil because that's naturally how the world works.
Yeah, I see what you mean. There's actually one writer who talks about this. His name is Baudrillard. He talks about how Disney manufactured a false image of reality. He calls it hyper-real, where people think about Disney before they think about the brute facts of existence. Like they think life will coddle them, and life is all they see it in rosy tinted glasses, and Disney kind of conditioned them or programmed them to see it like that. So it's like a symbol that comes before the actual experience of reality. So I get what you're saying, what I mean about Disney. Yeah. No,
People see the world like you will catch them going hey, listen, if this was a movie, who will be the bad guys here, right? You know what I mean? And that's how they see the world, as if this is a fucking movie, right? As if this was a Disney movie and there's good characters and bad characters.
Yeah, let
You
me
have no
let
idea
me
how
read this.
power, influence, ideas, governments, institutional structures, economics, geology, inputs, resources, energy. They don't see any of these things. They see the world as a fucking Disney.
Yeah, let me tell you something. It's just a short summary of his views because they tie into Disney. It's called Simulacra and Simulation by John Baudrillard. It's the idea that the map replaces the territory. He's saying we've moved through stages. First stage is representation. A picture sign points to something real. Second stage is distortion. The picture twists the real. Third stage is masking absence. The picture pretends there's a real thing behind it, but there isn't much left. And fourth stage is simulation. The picture sign becomes the reality we live in. So he's not saying nothing is real. It's what counts as real is increasingly produced by systems of science like Disney, like media, branding, bureaucracy, algorithms. So a simulacrum is like a copy that doesn't really have an original anymore. So it's like influencer authenticity. It's like Disney. So it's like modern society doesn't just lie about reality. It replaces reality with a smoother, more controllable version. And then we interact with that replacement as if it's the world. So it's like, yeah, he does talk about Disney. He calls it hyper real. It's like they're manufacturing the world we live in. It's like a hyper real world. It's not connected to reality. You know what I mean? It's not connected to energy. It's not connected to natural resources. It doesn't teach that kind of thinking that's more real and stuff. But yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of why I don't like the occult. You know what I mean? They always kind of, put their heads too much in their asses and stuff. Most of them stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you, right? This is kind of my problem when people start talking about they're controlling things. It's really not that. It's that goy slop sells, right? People eat things that taste good. They watch stuff that makes them feel good, right? This isn't some crazy conspiracy theory. It's just is, right? This is what people like, so therefore this is what they consume. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know
Yarvin
what you
talked about
mean.
this.
It's
Yarvin
like,
talked about this. He said it's cocaine conservatism and heroin liberalism, right? You know what I mean? Where the conservatives, they get their kicks because it's once a motherfucking they get so it's a big hit every once in a while when you have you know, I mean, the conservatives win a battle. They got like a Harvard professor, you know, I mean, like fired because of plagiarism. Like, ooh, you know, like that's a good win. You know, fucking we feel good about that. And then like you have, you know, I mean, liberalism that's always telling people like, hey, it's going to be okay long term because like, you know, the fucking the the Whig motherfucking like theory of fucking history, right? Where it's, you know, everything will always get better all the time because like that's how it works with progressive motherfucking like liberal states.
Yeah, it's just they don't really talk about the hard facts. You know, they don't tell you, and then most people don't even know what goes into, you know, flicking the light switch, and you have electricity, and they don't know how that's connected to like power grids, and it goes to a factory, and you know,
No,
if
yo, listen,
it's
yo, it is worse than that. I was standing outside with my neighbor, right? And it's this white chick who has 4 children, okay? And I'm sitting here talking to her, right? And I think she's a prostitute, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure it's what she does. Like, she asked me to be her pimp and her driver at one point. And this broad, uh, she tells me, we're having a conversation about hunting. And I was like, yeah, man, listen, I like to go hit the woods, right? And she goes, you got to wait for summer, right? Because the deer, they all migrate to Africa for the winter. Ain't that how that works?
well, maybe she did some hard drugs or something.
No. This is how dumb the American public is.
Yeah, that's yeah,
Like
that's
this, like I've had conversations like this, bro. Like a bunch of them. I was talking to a dude one time in a warehouse, and this was a guy who was in college. Like this guy was in college, and he looks at me, and me and my assistant. My assistant is a 9th grade dropout, right? And he has a daughter. He had a daughter on the way at that point. You know what I mean? But he was really good with motors and engines and shit. This is why I had him, you know, because like we were fixing or we had to diagnose like appliances, right, that were broken. And so, you know, I mean, being able to like fix motors and you know work with your hands was helpful. But that same as me, I was an HVAC guy, so like I knew how to handle these, and I was a logistics guy, so like you know I could do like the office work. And so this fucking dude we're working in this fucking truck with this guy. We're all bullshitting, right? And this guy goes, yo, man, every time a female gets off, she drops an egg, right? The dude has a daughter.
like yeah, there are a lot of dumb people out there. Yeah, we can agree on that. Definitely.
Motherfuckers is stupid, son.
Yeah, there are a lot of dumb people out there.
You know what I'm saying? Like, people are fucking retarded.
Yeah, I mean that's why we're in this mess. You know what I mean? It just gets worse and stuff.
I mean, I feel you, right? And this is why, like, oh, you know, fucking, like, Neurojacks, like, all these people are going to be, like, Machiavellian and try to take over things. They're going to use this. I'm like, no. The average person's way too stupid for that ideology. The average human being is fucking retarded.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like they don't even, when people have free time, there's a lot you can be doing. Like you can be learning important survival skills, or you could be learning hunting, or you can be reading important books. But the thing is, most people choose to waste time with, I don't know, shallow entertainment, and that's all they do. Like a lot of people, like they don't actually, focus on important things. You know what I mean? Like we've been discussing. You know what I mean? Those are some important stuff. You know, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I'm not sure if you're right, dog. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like people are fucking retarded. It's not that they like. I don't think they could educate themselves if they wanted to.
Yeah, some people have hard limitations. I guess they're just, just kind of like NPCs. I guess. Yeah, that's a lot of people seem that way and stuff.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
they're fucking retarded.
yeah, I know. Yeah, They can't even understand another person's perspective. You know what I mean? You know, that's the way they are. Yeah.
You know, that's the mental. Like they're too fucking stupid. Figure that shit the fuck out.
But when you get down to it, though, it's the so-called intelligent people that created this mess. You know, if everyone were stupid, we probably wouldn't be in this mess. We'd be like, I don't know, chimpanzees or something.
I mean, the Tocqueville said, like, I'm not sure if like fucking what the government would look like if like intelligent people actually ran for office, right? Because Lord knows that like, you know, fucking the people won't elect them now. And we have the same problem now. It's like we don't trust smart people in a democracy, right? Like you don't want anybody more intelligent than you to run things because you're always worried about being taken advantage of.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, a lot of decisions are coordinated by think tanks, right? Like think tanks, and those are where the big decisions come from, where they emanate from. I think so, and then the politicians just take that advice or they follow it or something. You know, there are several big think tanks in America and stuff. They're
But
like
most of that shit, though, is just like reactionary to like things that are already going on.
Yeah, that's true. It tends to be it wants to keep the status quo. It wants to keep the status quo. And
Like
stuff.
if it's working, you know what I mean? Why would you fix it? You know, like
Yeah, that's a good point.
in
Yeah,
the
they're not.
1950s, you know what I mean? Like the think tanks weren't working overtime to like, you know, readjust the American economy because like we were the only economy.
Yeah, they tend to
You're
be
not
more.
gonna
They
you're not
want
gonna do any wrong when you're the only one offering anything. Hmm. There's a lot of this type of stuff, you know what I mean, that like we don't really think about. You know what I mean? Like all this shit that's going on with like the think tanks today and like the overseas stuff, like some of it is, you know what I mean, like, you know, defense contractors trying to like, you know, fucking sell boats and weapons, of course, right? But for the most part, it's literally just, you know, garbage in the end of the day.
Yeah, well, ultimately, life is struggle, and we have to do our best. But the struggle is more and more artificial. That's the problem. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Yeah, that's.
I don't think it has to be. This
Yeah,
is why
yeah,
like I say we should have like
yeah, I
local
agree.
food production.
Yeah, I
I don't think
agree.
it should be artificial.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
think it should be. I think it should be like fucking, you know, something that's natural and inherent. You know.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, that's the way it was, for most of history. It was like until, I don't know, the steam engine that things got out of hand. Stuff. I think
No,
that's
no, no,
what
no,
it is.
no. It was that way up until probably like 1920, 40 ish.
Yeah. Well, let me think. I would say, the farther back you go in time, the better it was. I say the steam engine really did have some drastic consequences. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, because with the steam engine, you had the railroads. They allow people to like travel more efficiently, and just they had to tear down a lot of forests, stuff like that. Also, they had to like remake everything to you know conform to the new railroads, urban design, stuff like that. I would say that the steam engine is when things got out of hand, though, just more rapidly after that. It wasn't like the steam engine came out, and then everything got bad. It's like after that, just started declining more and more gradually. And the steam engine came from Anglos, right? So yeah, like
Yeah, Watt, Alan Watt.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But like the steam engine, I mean, was a massive. Like here's the real bitch. Like after the steam engine in England, the height of men didn't go back to where it was prior than the steam engine, right? Until like the 1940s.
The steam engine, the height of it didn't go back to what it was
No,
until
the height of the average man.
Oh, the height of
in
the average
England,
man, yeah.
it shrank by like
Shrank. Oh, wow.
4 inches.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Because the Industrial Revolution in England was so hard on the average person. Like, and I wrote an article about this where I talked about Marx and Nietzsche, right? Where I said, like, they were part of a place, right, and a time. Like, Marx was living in 1840s England, in London, right? Among the commoners and watching and smelling and seeing the decay of humans, right, in front of his eyes, and how horribly they were treated, right? That's when he wrote Das Kapital.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, he was seeing that's during the Industrial Revolution. He was seeing the horrible work conditions and other stuff. I think I was aware of that. Yeah, I was aware of
Yeah,
that.
yeah, right. Like we have to understand like how bad those times were to
Yeah, they were
understand
pretty
like
bad.
these men and what they wrote. And Nietzsche was the same thing. Like Nietzsche was living in goddamn it, some town in Switzerland, some city, right? It's a big city in Switzerland. And then he went out to the countryside where like he was living in his village, and these people in the wintertime, they would bring like the animals into their house and put them on the first floor and then sleep on the second so that they could have like the warmth from the animals upstairs. And they would literally like go and climb mountains to plant like corn and wheat, right, which would only grow there, right, because it was like flat land. And they'd have to like they'd have to drag it down to feed that to the fucking animals and shit. Right, like these people were, what I mean, like unreal, like who he was watching. And then he was in the cities watching the same deterioration that happened in fucking London. Before that, that's why he left the city, because like it was just the same industrial bullshit. And so like these people were living in this time period, what I mean, that like in this place, and in like this switch from what I mean, like the regular, like fuck the agricultural Europe to this industrial Europe where everybody flooded into the cities. In England, there was like during this period when Marx was there, they had um, they had a giant land grab by the large landowners that took up all the common land that people were using to plant like extra seed and what I mean, be able to feed their families, what I mean, during lean times, which were constant at that point because of like the water supply being fucked and completely polluted and full of heavy minerals, and it was fucking up the crops, right? And like these people, what I mean, were using this common land, and it was just given to the rich, which forced all of these like poor tenant, what I mean, like subsistent farmers out of the countryside in England into the motherfucking towns. It's the same period as the potato famine up in Ireland.
Yeah, it's and there's a kind of pattern where Pentelucola talk about it, so does Kaczynski, so does Scribina. I think with each new technology rolled out, it kind of leads to this kind of pattern. Like, and the technicians, they don't seem to realize it. Like, you have steam engine, and it leads to this kind of pattern, or like that one essay you wrote about the washing machine. I thought that was one of the best essays I read. Like the washing machine came out, and then deteriorated the family. It led to atomization. It led to, just replacing muscle power with more and more automation, and just growing reliance on these devices and letting them dictate our ways of life. It just spirals out of control. Basically, that's what happened.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? It's like none of this is like planned.
Yeah, I don't think it's planned. I think people want an easy scapegoat. They want easy scapegoats, but I think it just comes down to a system levels issue. It's a system level issue. That's what it comes down to.
And
Yeah.
that's where I get to. Like, this is a system level issue that we just don't know how to deal with.
Yeah, I agree with. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Yeah, that's David Scribino talks about it in Metaphysics of Technology, which TML also talks about a lot. I mean, in the metaphysics of technology. I don't know if TML is there. I think he probably fell asleep. But yeah,
TML bounced.
oh, he bounced. Yeah. Yeah.
Where's Neurojack at? Speaking of which. Neurojack. Anyway, I gotta get some rest so I can fucking get up in the morning. My kid, fucking.
Yeah. It's nice talking to you. I hope you have a
my
good
kid's
night.
my kid's been in the hospital for like 7 fucking days.
Oh wow. I'm sorry to hear that. Why was
Yeah, I
why
haven't.
was why?
So he got like a really bad like rhinovirus in like his like chest and stomach or whatever. You know what I mean? And like, he was puking his guts up and infected his like fucking intestines. And then this IG vasculitis, it's like HPS or HSP, some shit like that. Fucking ended up taking like it took advantage of shit. Now his body's attacking itself, right? It's attacking his like blood vessels and it attacked his colon. He was like bleeding blood out of his butt and shit. It was fucking horrible, bro. Like terrible, right? You know, what I mean, we've been in here for like 7 fucking days since like last Saturday and shit. So, I mean, he's finally on the mend and trying to get better. So, I mean, fucking, I gotta like I'm trying. I haven't like had a night where I left him alone yet. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to stay here with him, make sure he knows. I mean, his dad and his mom's here for him. But I haven't worked in like a fucking week. It's fucking terrible. Waiting for I'm guessing here soon I gotta like fucking cash in some vacation time so I can motherfucking get the bills paid, but it is what it is.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he gets better. Yeah.
All right, my brother. I'm gonna holla at y'all. Have fun. I'm out.
Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm waiting for Neurosec to come over there. At least I should have mod privileges or something.